and they'll eat it. So if I ever plant a hosta around here, I'd have to put it on a patio or something. Or like an enclosed area where the deer couldn't get to it. Update on the PC situation. You've increased the root partition to make room for the drivers that you didn't realize you were missing. Well, there you go. You know what's funny? I just have a singular 500-ish gigabyte hard drive that has nothing else on it but my OS, and I don't bother partitioning at all. The second people start talking about partitioning, I'm like, all right, you're past me. I'm just gonna hold up my hand and step back and just be like, all right, I'm just... Physical drive separation, partitioning, that's for smart people. I'm not a smart person. I just follow instructions. All right, so some of you may notice I've started up the game a little earlier today. And alongside of starting up the game a little bit earlier today, I also started up the YouTube stream a little bit earlier today with the hope that I wouldn't sit here and babble for as long. Because I would like to play some Goblin Camp tonight. I think that would be good bait for hunting them, then. I mean, isn't that illegal? Not to be weird, but like... I don't know much about hunting. But I was always under the impression that baiting traps for large game is not legal. At least, I've heard that. I know it's illegal for moose. Like, you can't put down a salt lick, as an example. But I mean, maybe if it's where you're at. But at the very least, I recall my friend Kevin. Well, I'm in Canada, first off, Angaz. I recall my friend Kevin, who goes hunting here in BC sometimes, getting really mad about somebody who was putting down bait, specifically salt licks, to attract moose. And said that he had to leave with 5 different salt licks in the back of his friend's truck because they just went around collecting them because it's not legal. So... That's what I thought. He said that when they were driving out, they just picked them all up because they were all on the road, which is also not legal, hunting on the road. You can't, like if you're driving in a truck or a car and then you see a moose and you jump out of the car and you shoot the moose, that's illegal. Wait, hold on. Are we talking about if the people put down, you're allowed to hunt the people? I would say it's more like loot in a video game. See, this is how I feel about trash on parks, right? It's crafting materials from a video game. The idea is you bring a little baggie, and then when you see a thing that's not supposed to be there, you pick it up and you put it in the baggie. And then when you get to the end of the trail, after you're doing your hike, because I don't go hunting, I go hiking and camping, you take your baggie with all the crafting materials and you put it into the processor, the trash bin. And then you reward yourself with a beer for the unnecessary extra labor that you did. So you're not hunting the people who are doing the bad thing. You're simply collecting loot to earn yourself a beer later. Or a apple juice, or your beverage of choice. Your pockets aren't big enough for salt lick blocks? Well, this is a pocket size problem and we can fix this. We have the technology. You just need to wear some pants from the 90s and you'll make it. It'll be fine. Time to make a game out of... You know, actually... I feel like that would be a really good, like, 15-minute, like, dailies game. You know, like, those little games where you go out, like, where you're just doing dailies. It's, like, pretty chill walking simulator, maybe with, like, some light climbing mechanics similar to all those, like, hiking games that have come out recently, like, whatever that one that Don't Nod made, and then that other one that's, like, actually looks pretty dope that recently came out or is coming out soon. And then, like... The whole idea is that you're a park ranger and you're picking up trash, and then when you get to the end, you throw out the trash, you would get like an in-game reward to like make your character look cooler. You could even have little randomly generated trails. Could be cool. Oh yeah, true. Like you could survey the so you'd also have to make a map, right? Like that would be the other part. So the other part of the gameplay loop would be like pointing out spots on the trail that need to be repaired, maybe like a downed tree, or like maybe pointing out like bear scats or something to like have to put up a sign saying barren area. Or like you could also have like winter levels, which would be like, you know, you have to point out avalanche risks and then change the avalanche sign at the end. It was noted that parks were cleaner, but old parks, like people hated city kids in their park. That's funny. Bear in area. Oh, well, what's the topic at hand? Well, I was trying to get in game and then got distracted by a theoretical video game that doesn't exist. Anyway, so I'm gonna load the game now, so I just do it. Twitch chat, if you guys don't know, we stream on 2 platforms here, but primarily I focus on the Twitch chat due to the fact that Twitch chat is busier and it's where the larger audience tends to be. However, there's also people watching on YouTube. If you would like to help out the YouTube stream at absolutely no cost to you, it's very easy to do. Don't click the end stream button, you silly streamer, which I just clicked. Unend the stream. There we go. Cancel that. If you want to help out the YouTube stream at absolutely no cost to you, you can go there and leave a like on it. YouTube, folks, there's 26 of you tuned in so far. If you leave a like on the stream, it does genuinely tell YouTube to tell other people to go watch it. There's 11 likes and 24 people watching. I'm sure that number is going to go up in a minute. Yeah, and then if you have the extra bandwidth and you want to help out, you can do that by, you know, leaving the tab open and giving us double the ad revenue. I want to say there was a beast that just arrived. Well, there is, okay, so there is this thing composed of vomit with webs. And I'm pretty certain it can get into my fort, because it's going to come in this way. Which is going to go up here, then up to here, and then up in this way. And then it's going to go over here to where my fort is and fight us, which is not great. But currently, we're all locked inside the fort. So I'm going to close the door in a minute and hope that it goes and attacks the zombies that are on the surface, which we just fought right here in front of my fort. There's a bunch of zombies on the surface, and they're all either like slowly wandering around going, "Brr, brains," or alternatively, they're hanging around down in here going, "Brr, carp," which, you know, is terrifying. So that's a threat. Down here in the fortress itself, I do have a dwarf I need to name here. And also dwarf redemptions are up if anybody else wants to redeem another one. We are breeding stray giant tortoises. We've got some babies. They're all hatchlings. They itty bitty giant tortoises. These are not a giant animal. Like, you know how there's like normal like lions and then a giant lion. These aren't giant variants. These are just the breed. So we also have a bunch of tame babies. So the baby ones are tame, the adults are not. They're just trained. We'll keep training them and maybe package them up into containers and try and sell the babies to the mountain home. So Jasper, you'd like a lady dwarf. Zalvi, did you have any preferences on who we're giving it to? Origin 64. Okay. Origin 64. Where is Origin 64? Is this somebody in the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat? There you are. You now get a dwarf. Origin. What kind of dwarf would you like? Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? We have we have some weaponsmiths. We have some crafters. We have plenty of farmers. We might have some military, although some of them are pissy. But, you know, we have plenty of children in the fort as well. One of them is very angry. I mean, it is a baby, so it checks out. But any preferences? As far as named dwarves currently, we've got Havoc, Loverboy, Bert, Raiklu, Draxon, and Andre. We got Enter Bunny. We got George, 94. Arende, who is the Holy Crypt religious figure. Strixa, who is the Holy Gorge, also a religious figure. We have, as I scroll down through the names, we got Snail, we got Croc, we got Lanix, and also Zalvi. who's giving their first dwarf today away. Demon Stir the Child, and I want to say that's everybody. Yep, that is everybody. You would like a soldier. All right. Let's actually do them here. So it's anybody who's currently training that is not currently named, you could select. Although a lot of them are pissy, so just do note that. We haven't fully taken over the mysterious palace yet, but we are getting there. Terminal witness. We are getting there. I don't have a library yet, but I'm planning on making one today. Freeways. Do you use all your layers? I don't think I've ever used every single layer. And also, Aquifer layers are far from useless, YouTube chat. Aquifer layers are how you make artificial rivers. And they're also channel outable from above. So if you start one layer above the aquifer and you channel down into it, removing the ceiling will remove the drip. So you can push it all the way to the edge and wall it in if you really wanted to. But you just have to do some pre-planning for that and do some multi-layer digging. So I will say aquifers are not useless. They are exceptionally useful even. One with a hammer or a mace. Do you care about male or female dwarf? Because I should... I do have one hammer dwarf there, but they all have spears because that's the weapon that I'm focusing on, so I don't really have any hammer dwarves. This dwarf has a mace. That looks like a spear, but this one has a mace. So if you're okay with Lady Dwarf, could have Alath. Not sure which one you're referring to. This one? She is a she, yes. Would you like a Lady Dwarf? That's fine. Alrighty. Origin 64. Shark Jumping Walrus. By the way, that is the second notification of money of the day. So appreciate you. Third notification. Because Paul Harvey resubbed for 27 months 5 minutes ago, which I completely missed. My bad. And also Red Fogel with the 3 months way back at the beginning. So thanks for the dollar. First bits of the day. They all have beards anyway. They don't, but you don't have to know that. She is very comfortable around others that are different from herself, and she strongly prefers discussions of ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she is a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She often feels lustful and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She has a greedy streak, and she can occasionally overindulge. She is currently more rude and currently more confident and currently more shameless and currently more thoughtless. She chews her cheek when she's angry and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and is cave adapted. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds sacrifice to be the highest of ideals, sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and she has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and she dreams of mastering that skills. She likes dolomite, copper, and chrysoprase, as well as turkey leather, gigantic squid tooth. They have teeth? Okay. Rami paper and the color teal, squares, bolts, and shields, and pigs for their sense of smell. When possible, prefers to consume anchovy, pearl millet beer, and blood amaranth flour, and can't stand gnats. She worships the god Burr, who's the god of jewels and value, and she's a member of the sect of Amethyst, so wealth and jewels. And Jasper, do you have any idea what career path you would like? What's the most interesting discovery that a scholar ever made while you're doing a fort? I don't know about interesting. I had a dwarf once ponder levers for like years, and then finally discover the use and function of a lever, which I thought was really funny because I was using my library at the time as the lever room. So there was just levers everywhere already, and he's like, what exactly are these? And I found that very amusing. And then there was these two dwarves that pondered pulleys once, and then one of them discovered pulleys, and then the other one started writing about pulleys. But the one that discovered pulleys started writing about guides on pulleys. So it was like a wizard's guide to pulleys. Pulleys, can they save us? And all sorts of other books like that. And then the dwarf next to him started writing books about why pulleys won't work. So it was like, pulleys, doubts. Pulleys, the end of everything. Pulleys will destroy us, and stuff like that, which was very funny. It was like a debate happening in real time in the format of book. All right. Military for the chaos is always fun. How's this look to you? Jasper's 88 years old, has a pet dog and a pet goat. And I can tell you right now they're still alive because you only just got here. She is slow to trust others, personally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and is somewhat quarrelsome, feels discouraged, doesn't handle stress well, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Naturally. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally values family, values nature. Did I post on Discord today that I was live? Yes, I did. She values nature and finds friendship burdensome and dreams of mastering a skill. And like selenite and electrum and levin opal, as well as naked moldog parchment and bolts and hatch covers and anvils and cavies for their adorable call. When possible, prefers to consume osprey and artichoke wine and absolutely hates jumping spiders. A mail-in bulletin board flame war? Pretty much, yeah. Of caveman science fiction. That's an interesting thought concept. So there is a forgotten beast running towards my fort right now. So we're going to close the front door. Because that's the only logical thing to do from here. Let me just make sure that there's nobody in the hospital. I do actually need a functioning well in here, which I don't currently have. We do, in fact, have a bunch of people in hospital. So I need a functional well. Where the heck is that aquifer? It's like right there. So I wasn't planning on using this for this, but I'm just gonna make a real quick well right here. And then the next thing that I'm gonna do is just make sure that this is locked. Actually, let's just wall this off. Again, I can just dig into it whenever I need it. All right. Let's hope that nobody's stuck inside, because I guarantee you that Forgotten Beast is coming for us. Dwarf already pulled it. There we go. It is now shut. So for the beast itself, it is pretty slowly moving, but it is heading towards us. It's always fun getting a blast from the past, isn't it? All right, so for Jasper, you're not actually that upset, oddly enough. Slow to trust others, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is somewhat quarrelsome and often feels discouraged, doesn't handle stress well, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of mastering a skill, personally values family, values nature, and finds friendship burdensome, and likes selenite, electrum, levin opal, naked moldog parchment, bolts, and hatch covers. Anvils and cavies for their adorable column. Personally, prefers to consume osprey and artichoke wine, and can't stand jumping spiders. And also worships Burr and is a member of the Doctrine of Bronze, the other denomination for the same religion. How you doing, Big Bang? Let's see. Apparently one of my amethyst people is dead. But, wait, is it? Yeah. Oh, no, never mind. They're both still alive. But so are you. You are now alive, and I've discovered that you guys do some work? Some work. I've seen them doing the odd job here and there, like bringing water, which is odd. You haven't seen those before? Yeah, and they're vanilla too. They came from the mysterious palace. I'm presuming this guy's going right here. Maybe not. Because this is a way into the fort. You just need to go across here and then... I just really want it to go up to the surface to deal with some of these threats for me. Yeah, 2 of the Amethyst people origin. Also, you weren't lying when you said you haven't been here for a while. Jeez. Every now and again when someone says they haven't been here in a minute, I go back up through their chat logs. I was like halfway through last year, you were here last. Well, welcome back. Okay, so where are you going now? I was kind of expecting you to go up and into my fort. I mean, I could just shoot you with bolts. But that is far less productive. Touched Crazy, the Olm Man? I wonder how there was a named Olm Man. Like, he could just enter the fort here. Kind of expecting him to come back, but... I could also just send my Mark Swords down here and probably kill it. Let's open the door back up. And see if that turns it around. You do watch the YouTube VODs? The YouTube VOD channel is finally starting to grow into a little channel of its own. I'm always very amused when people realize that they're watching a stream VOD. Because either people are just, like, unaware of the fact sometimes, or, like, are... Dusty the Hammerdorf has been missing for a week? That's not good. I feel like they either are just very, very dense and just completely oblivious to the fact that they're watching a stream VOD, but every now and again, I do get comments from people that are kind of funny that are just like, wait, this is a stream? This was a live stream? Oh, shit. And I'm always very amused by that. Let's also actually just dig out this. And this will still give them a way up and out. And then this. Sweet. So then I will put the well right there. Sure, we'll put the fancy stuff up in here and use my last jet mechanism. And then I will set this as a water source. By the time they're done building this, it should be actually usable. I need to make a water source down in the hospital itself, but this will work for right now. Oh no. Well, they seem to have found a giant turtle and knocked its shell off. Well, that's a shame. Okay, so let's see. Is the beast on the screen right now? Nope. The thing is, that Forgotten Beast is probably just going to go die. It's not considered a water source if it's empty. And I want them to already queue up jobs for it to be a water source. And then there's also a setting that you can set where dwarves only gather water from designated water sources, which I have enabled. So I usually enable that because it's helpful. But once this hits 4, which now it does, this will be functional once it's constructed. Although, why are you not constructing it? I mean, it's in the burrow. Maybe they can't access the parts. Are they busy? Certainly possible. It's probably just underneath all these other construction tasks. We'll wait until they get it done. Speaking of other things I need to do, let's pop down over to here and check you. Let's also zip down to, where was it? Right here? Shear animal, spin thread. I do need to move my farming workshop, though. I also want to change how this is all laid out. So while we're in an ad break here, which is about to pop, I will just lay out flooring with the game paused. Expanding your D&D world, DF and blind streams always end up inspiring you. Have you ever used Dwarf Fortress as part of D&D world gen stuff? Or area creation? Map building? Because that's one thing that's always fascinated about me about how some people play Dwarf Fortress, is using it as a form of world generation. The little baby tortoises, they're awesome, aren't they? I think Elfie melted a little bit when they first popped up. Yeah, let's make this a longer farm plot. Yeah, fair enough. Savi. Seeing an adventure mode Dragon Slayer? What is like after this fort? I'll probably do some adventure mode after this fort. The thing is, like, the last, what was it? The last 3 forts I've done have just been very unsatisfying and haven't felt completed by the end. So I've just wanted to dive back into fort mode, but I'd be down to do a day or 2 of adventure mode after this fort is done. Whenever I start to get tired of it. But the main project for today is this, for anybody who's missed it. This is a railgun I'm building. So, you know, we're building a railgun, folks. That's what we're doing. We're building a railgun. 4 of them. Hopefully with an automatic reloading setup built in. So this is going to take some time. It's currently completely closed off from the outside world, but with the idea of turning it into a, you know, a functional murder space. Are they still fighting with that tortoise? Also, Jasper's fighting with something? Uh-oh. Oh, I see. Some zombies made their way in. Well, we got to deal with those. Well, I'm going to be launching platinum minecarts at them, is what I'm going to be doing. Seems that Jasper over here is in a martial trance already. Slashing her way through the zombie hordes, stabbing the axeman corpse in the lower arm with her pale metal spear, and the injured part is cloven asunder. We have Swords Dwarf slashing through the crossbowman corpse. Corpses are pretty decent training, too, as they go down pretty easily. Bolts are starting to fly, too, from my mark dwarves at the back. And now they're running in to help in the melee as they run out of ammo. We also have Kel the Diagnoser here, who may not live much longer if they don't save her. But she's currently not dead yet, so I guess that's a good thing. The militia is running out to assist with the remaining dwarves. Thankfully, this dwarf, even though she is trying her best to help, I don't know why she should be running, we do have ways to help her. Hopefully, she gets carried to the hospital after this. You must really want to be in the military. Jeez. We've got dwarves moving forwards towards the continued onslaught of goblins, including the dwarf that is rescuing you. So this dwarf is currently getting rescued by Raiklu, and Raiklu's helping with the fighting. Well, I mean, hey, you know, if you want to fully commit, you can. Olan here, the militia captain, is up at the front, but is getting kind of tired. although is a talented spear dwarf at this point, so that is good, learning skills. And it seems that Raiklu is continuing to charge forwards. I guess I will move the soldiers up, because you're just that brave, I suppose. This was the dwarf that went missing, who died in the previous stream. And, man, you are quite the enthusiastic little dwarf here, Zon. Where does the line of zombies end? Well, they're all the way up to here now, so we continue to move forward. The Marks dwarves have all ran out of ammo, so they're just fighting in melee now, but they're still very effective. Some of them are still shooting, too, which is good as well. You'll have to see it. But the zombies, as long as they're in single file like this, don't really stand a chance against the dwarves. So as you can see, the siege icon's still there, so there are still zombies on the map. Like up here. Let's send them back to training. Because as far as I can tell, that's all of the zombies for right now. No, it is not. It is not all of the zombies for right now. So I will just send the dwarves up to here. Because there are zombies in the stairwell. And here they come. Even more of them. A fort for history and the lore of the dwarves in a campaign. How I found the channels and caught me live. What, like trying to cultivate Dwarf Fortress as just a pure history generator? You might need to change some of the names and places if you're going to use it in a tabletop campaign, but like, as a whole, I will say that Dwarf Fortress does a pretty good job of just generating convincing places. So this is a mace dwarf, and they've sustained an injury that was bad enough that it made them drop their weapon. We're going to need backup soon. Come on, militia. Where are we at? Too many of them turned around. Thankfully, Erdim here is in the fray still. Same with Alath. Okay, zombie there. Dwarves took out that zombie. Got some more in cages down here. Are there any this way? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, so you're there. Let's just go here and type in undead. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what an oxbow lake is. What is an oxbow lake? I could just... I'm very tempted. What time of year is it? It's late spring. I'm going to turn on the underground burrow for a second. And sign everybody. And we're just going to go pick off the remainder of the zombies. I really hope somebody comes and rescues you. They should be coming to get you now. Dwarves are all going back to go eat, and amongst other things. Some of them should be going up and out. Here goes Zulban, the brave Marks dwarf. Who is now soon going to be a dead Marks dwarf, if I had to bet. Come on, Zulban. Oh man, you had his spear for a second. Rip. One loss, though, not too bad. I figured they would all go get more resources. You're also loading cage traps, which is also useful. There's another spear dwarf coming. There's the Spear Dwarf, and a Forgotten Beast has arrived. Well, this is terrible timing. Forgotten Beast has arrived, a great feathered damselfly. It has mandibles, and it undulates rhythmically. Its feathers are long and broad. Beware its poison vapors. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. So when a bend in a river is cut off in a main stream because the water flow is eroded in a straight path and eventually leaving a lake once the part is in the river. Huh. Well, I mean, Dwarf Fortress's, like, topography generation is one of the oldest parts of the game's code, right? Yeah, I've had several poison vapors that haven't been that bad, but uh-oh, and it's on the layer where it can get to me. Well, my military's all split up and all over the goddamn place, and half of them are in the goddamn hospital. Well, this is terrible. Everything is awful. Let's send the dwarves back inside as best we can. I don't know where the beast is currently. It's right here, and it's moving quite fast. I see. I didn't forget about the beast. It just showed up at a bad time. And most of my doctors are currently busy in the hospital. Zolban was found dead. Well, that's a good sign. At least nothing is currently fighting. It's flying towards my home. This is going to go just great. Speaking of just great, I do actually have some soldiers here, so that's good. How are we doing on bolts? Most of them have bolts. The Mark Dwarves are going to be exceptionally valuable here. Chat, I need you to wish me luck. It's entering my fort. Round of beers for good luck here. We're going to need it. Here comes the critter. It is chasing the random wild boar who's in the fort. Also, I've built this fort this way. I've built this fort with the expectation that we're going to get attacked by things like this because it's fun. All right. Well, it's blasting out its poison vapors. Hopefully it gets distracted by the army of sheep I have. And doesn't feel anything while in conflict. Thankfully, it's not deadly dust. That's one thing that's real good about this whole situation. Deadly dust would be significantly worse here. The militia is running in the direction that I need them to be running. We've got one militia dwarf here, Datan, who's charging in. We've got a whole bunch of alpaca blood on the ground. That's a... Okay, there's also some dwarf blood. Kavish here is seriously injured. Can't stand or grasp. I'm already seeing the creature's mandible flying off. The dwarves actually appeared to have been doing not terrible. I mean, they're certainly punching it and doing some damage to it. As for the beast itself, how about the other dwarves? Were the other dwarves hitting it? Yeah, no, I mean, they were attacking it and kicking it and doing some damage to it. Cheesemaker punches it, and it glances away. Probably hurt his wrist, too. Hammer Dwarf scratches it in the left foot, which chips the muscle. Leather Worker punches it with their right hand, bruising the muscle. The Forgotten Beast attacks the dwarf, but they jump away. The Leather Worker punches the Forgotten Beast in the left first foot with her right hand, chipping the chitin. And the Swords Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the right wing with her steel short sword, fracturing the chitin. A ligament has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. The beast continues to fight and then falls rather quickly. Now it's just up to... The Glazer punches the Forgotten Beast in the thorax. Adil, did you do that? Yeah, you did. Congratulations, you're now thorax. And you seem to be having some mixed emotions right about now. I have a butcher shop like right here, don't I? Doesn't appear that we can butcher it. Which is a bit of a shame. Oh no, numb. Seems to be a syndrome everybody's getting. Completely numb. Does anybody know what numb does? I need to check my doctor's situation. Doctor, bone doctor. You're diagnosing. Also lost the leader of my Marks dwarves. Speaking of the leader of my Marks dwarves. How are them zombies doing? Still heading towards us, seems like. They've become so numb. I can't feel you there. Yeah. It's a lot of meetings being conducted. Okay, so the numbness seems to wear off pretty quickly. There's certainly a lot of nausea. I mean, as spotted by the plentiful amounts of vomit. Okay, so let's see. What do we actually have stocked in the hospital right now? I'm getting a notification of something dying, I think. Let's increase the thread, let's increase the cloth, let's increase the splints, let's increase the crutches, let's increase the powder for casts that I don't have, let's increase the buckets, and let's increase the soap. Actually, let's see if I can make some soap. Probably is what I need to be doing. Okay, so we've got clean patient, diagnosed patient. Nobody's doing stitches. Nobody's doing surgery. Gotta immobilize breaks, dress wounds, clean. Well, so far so good, I guess. And I need to keep an eye on here to make sure zombies don't start arriving. Because when they do, I gotta kill them. Wouldn't that be uncomfortably numb? Dwarf Floyd? There's no way that a dwarf variant of Pink Floyd could be comfortable. Yeah, it seems like whatever that the syndrome of vomiting and numbness doesn't seem to last very long. So I would say that's a good thing. Also, Zalvi, I've got bad news, but you've been found dead. You appear to have died to the zombies up on the surface. My militia commander here seems to be thirsty and has an infection. Needs cleaning and a wound. I'm wondering if the zombies are into the walkways just yet. Oh no, they've left. So that's good. Meaning I can turn on the underground again. Retired to Fort Duty FPS and Circus Breach. Well, there you go. There you go. Sounds like a very successful fortress. It's exactly what you'd hope for, if nothing else. I'm going to give my soldiers a break. I think they've earned it. There's also just so much death down here now. Just gonna chop down these trees. Same with up here. Get all the body parts out of them. Fate had different plans. Yeah. Yeah. Same old story as you said. Same old story. Speaking of same old story, it's time to fill up this again. Although I should stop putting the wool in here. And I should also not put hides in here. Fresh rawhide. Because I need these to get, you know, spun. Those need to get spun. Here. You know? I get it. We got lots of llama wool yarn, and all of this stuff is getting made into cloth, but still, come on. Come on. Come on. How's that mayor doing? Still resting? What I may end up doing is seeing if I can heal some of my militia dwarves, such as this one. Because she's got no ability to stand now. So I'm going to see if I can take you specifically, and send them up into here and heal you. Because I'm going to lock them in here basically and get this dwarf to consume some of these magic potions and heal. Here comes Havoc to remove the construction. Snails? Who found a snail? Presuming combat caused this to stop. So I do have the pieces to put that together. And also I need to make sure that things are getting put into tombs. It doesn't appear that they are. Am I out of tombs? It appears that I am out of tombs. Well, that's not good. Well, I guess I gotta make more tombs. I really like this tomb design. I think it's neat. You just put stairs up and down, and then just plunk in tombs like this. It's pretty quick and easy to make them this way, and I think they look all right. You can also, like, cram quite a lot of them in. I could make them smaller. It doesn't really matter, but... You have a pet snail. Like a aquatic snail? Mystery snails are so active and cute. Yeah, they do wander around a lot. It's funny, it almost seems like they move faster underwater. I guess it's the extra lubrication helping them move. Chat, what's your preferred way to do tombs? You just put them all in a room and individually assign them? It does end up looking sort of like a graveyard above ground, yeah. And also makes, you know, placing slabs pretty easy as well. Did I ever properly assign you? Yeah, I did. So you are working. Holy shit.
Smiley face.
So this is one of those ones that always makes me feel like I'm saying names horribly incorrectly, because I probably am, so please forgive me in advance. Porzakraz Lecter. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription and the continued support. I greatly appreciate you. Just like bedrooms, I like the idea of dedicated floors and halls for memorializing people. So similar stuff to this kind of deal. Okay, now we're just waiting for some final dwarf to get up here and do this. You come stand here. After you're done picking up your equipment. Tiny rooms with coffins seem boring. True. I think these ones are big enough that I could, like, put other things in them if need. All right, you guys can watch this dwarf move around slowly. I'm gonna really quick go take a toilet break. I will be right back. I'm also gonna fix the sunbeam. Should also check in on the hospital and see how that's doing. She really doesn't feel anything. Well, yeah, no, I mean, she certainly doesn't feel much. Much is true about this dwarf. Okay, only one dwarf is still stuck resting. And they're very happy, so I guess that's good. Means everybody's out of hospital. Let's also go back down here real quick. Let's see if any of these coffins have been made. Nope. And then these two coffins here can get placed. I'm going to take a bit of a risk. Oh, okay, they're already off. I was going to say I'm going to take a risk and unassign everything, but shouldn't you be stationing there, dwarf? You're supposed to go stay. Oh, maybe you can't get there, actually. Maybe an unreachable location, technically. So go in here. Go up to here. Oh, yeah, currently it is unreachable. Where I've told you to go. There you go. Rings above temples, taverns, and guild halls. The wall at the back gets engraved with the coffin and then placed when it's full of a statue with the dwarf on it. New dwarf who this? What dwarf you want? Napalm? Although this one will be called Sideburns. Because I'm pretty sure Napalm died. Like 99% certain. Yes, Napalm did die. Someone happy. Oh, we got Aerith the leatherworker who's still in the hospital. We got a Gelder. We got a cheesemaker. Are there any dwarfs with beards that are happy? This is the happiest dwarf with a beard. You might have a beard, I can't tell. Want the cheesemaker? Cheesy motherfucker.
For everyone.
Sideburns. The sides, they burn. Sideburns There's a snatcher here. Takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. Does not generally respond to emotional appeals and tends to be passive in discussions. You know, actually, I'm going to do something real quick before I forget. This burrow is going to have everybody removed from it right now, and I'm just going to go here and type in child. So the children just stay in the fort. I'm also going to enable this. I'll add everybody else in whenever it's pertinent. She does not generally respond to emotional appeals and tends to be passive in discussions. Yes, and feels envious of others and tends to not reveal personal information, though she is conflicted by this, as she dislikes the rest as she dislikes that sort of concealment in the abstract. She is often cheerful and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She often feels discouraged, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She can handle stress, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She prefers that everybody live as harmoniously as possible and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting masterwork someday and is thoroughly disgusted by cooperation, values sacrifice, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. She likes sandstone, aluminum, and yellow diamond, tetrahedra, coffins, and giant cougars for their cunning. The sound of the laces of silk and the sight of the laces of silk, and she doesn't. The sight thing was me running on automatic. When possible, she prefers to consume cave lobster and strawberry wine and bumblebee royal jelly and quinoa flour, and can't stand blood gnats. Tiring day today. You will move to bed and watch from there. Thanks for the company. We'll see you when we see you. Zalby, take care. Sorry for killing you so early. You know, that shocked me so much, Anubis, in YouTube chat when a ghost opened a door the first time. Because similar thing happened. It let a creature out that I'd locked in. Threw me off pretty far. I was shocked. Feels content remembering a bath. Well, would you look at that? Welcome to the Fort Sideburns. Although we're going to keep following Olan. In YouTube chat, Dwarf Fortress is legitimately the only game in existence that has genuinely hurt my feelings. A fort was lost due to the gross negligence of leadership. Is that what it said in Legends or something? Because that's fucking funny if that's true. Just gonna lock this door right now. Actually, let's just lock this door. Not this one. And once you're in here, I will lock this door. Unlock this door. I'm actually going to tell them to put a wall piece right here. Whatever piece is closest. And then, down in here, unforbid this, and unforbid this. So this has peculiar juice in it, this has curious jam in it, and this has curious jam in it. I think that's it. So, now we wait until you get hungry. Although problem is, you filled your thing up with dwarven wine, so I have to get rid of that. You also don't have any meals. Okay. They are not coming back, and they were removed because they were the most common cause of frame rate death in regards to animal doors. So no, they are not coming back, and they were removed intentionally. So. Because, to quote Tarn, they were a bad mechanic. What makes jam so curious? They're magical potions that heal people, basically. Magic potions are available in adventure mode, and this is supposed to be an adventure mode site. But I used Embark Anywhere to embark here. And so if a dwarf like if this dwarf, as an example, eats one of these meals. Oh shit, the humans are here to trade. Well, that's a change. Anyway, if this dwarf eats one of these, or consumes one of them, then they will regain the ability to stand. And I need to see where my brewing status is at. Okay, we're out of plants again. Well, we are harvesting them, just too slowly, I guess. Do you have any good insight on how much trading affects the future migrant waves? The more value you give to the mountain home, the more value is known about your faction, and the more value that is known about your faction, the more people show up. I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but I do know that giving more value to your faction increases the export number, which is this number. Imported wealth and exported wealth. And exported wealth directly encourages more people to show up and join your fortress. Dwarf is dwelling on getting into an argument? Well, that's unfortunate. You know, I'm just going to... What's your god? Sect of Amethyst. I'm just going to put a little meeting place right here, actually. And just put this spot so you could just go pray if you wanted. The mayor has been reelected. Of course he has. Frustrated after the lack of decent meals for too long. That's surprising to me. Rather than waiting for a shit ton of value to trade, let's just do large gems. Just grab 2 of those. Higher value ones. Just type in large. Actually, hold on. Let's sort by distance. It's only things that are closer. Stuff that I'm going to sell. I really just need like a low value clothing stockpile to go like right here. Yeah, these we can sell. That we can sell. Those we can sell. These we can sell. These we can sell. That we can sell. I realize there's some that'll be far away, but that's fine. And now we wait. How nice the socks are even after getting worn out. Imagine always having new socks. Yeah. Well, Dwarf gets to pray. That'll help solve part of your bad mood. I just don't want this dwarf to overeat because this is a one-use item. First YouTube video was a Naruto video talking about before in the eye, and I was 1 minute long, and it took an hour to load. An hour to load a 1 minute YouTube video. It's like loading a high definition like photograph on the internet back in the day, watching it load one line of pixels at a time. So holding on wealth is kind of pointless. Well, it depends on what you're trying to do, right? Holding on wealth makes your fortress wealth go up, which makes you get attacked by bigger things. Getting rid of wealth makes your overall wealth go down, your exported wealth go up, and your fame go up. So I guess it depends on what you're trying to do. Are you trying to increase your overall wealth, or are you trying to increase your renown? That's good. This dwarf finally got through the thing that they really needed. Now get hungry or thirsty, damn it. They're unloading their goods. So we can now trade. It's not a ton of value, but hey, it's something. What did they bring? Because I would like to trade with them. They brought saltpeter blocks. They brought a platinum block. Well, I'll take the platinum block right off the bat. They brought a bull and a cockatiel. They also brought some wine, river spirits, rye beer, persimmon fruit wine, and sweet potato wine. I will buy those gladly. Gladly. Happily, even. Also brought a bunch of very expensive bags. Well, something I need to do that I really haven't done in this fortress up until this point is I should really just automate clothing, because I have a great clothing industry cloth supply up now, so I could easily automate clothing. Buy those books and the scroll, not that pot. Buy the crutches and the splints, because I'm too lazy to make them, and then I'll buy some cheese. Now we're right on the edge of yellow, and we trade. Thank you for your business, they say. No problemo. You're still waiting. You do love making rich fortresses? I mean, I'll put it this way. I tend to play fortresses that are very scrappy, kind of by design. What I mean is I often end up playing fortresses that are... I often end up playing fortresses that are built as areas that are not gonna naturally accrue a ton of wealth very quickly. Often my fortresses don't have access to large sums of resources or like naturally occurring minerals, because I tend to turn down those numbers in my worlds. So because of that, I end up selling a lot of destroyed stuff and not having a huge amount of wealth to begin with, and then having to adjust the numbers so that I get attacked more often. Because I find that more interesting. I find like scraping together materials to be a much more compelling way to play than just having everything available, which is the default settings basically. So I mean that's just a personal way to play, but like I personally feel that Dwarf Fortress is at its best when you find something valuable and you freak out. One of my least favorite changes about the premium version, actually, is the fact that Tarn decided to make diamonds so easy to find. I think I could count on one hand of the number of times I found diamonds before premium came out. And now it's like, they're in every fort, right? You're going to find some rubies. You're going to find some sapphires. They're in the little Kinder Surprise Egg fun boxes that sometimes have demons in them, among other things. And I wish that wasn't the case. I really, really, really wish that wasn't the case. Because some of my favorite stuff really... Oh, you drank your wine. Okay. Well, you got thirsty. I think the jam is a food stuff, so we just gotta wait for you to get hungry. I mean, at least you got streams to entertain you, right, Bastet? So, yeah, I don't know. I think that struggling for fortress value is a fun piece of gameplay. I don't know really where I'm going with this. But I will say this, Space Goose. Because of the way Dwarf Fortress works as a very roleplay heavy game, everything is kind of pointless. I realize that's like a very silly nihilistic thing, but because like all of the goals in Dwarf Fortress are player driven, everything is pointless, but nothing it is. So is holding on to wealth pointless? Sure. Is getting rid of wealth pointless? Sure. Depends on what you're trying to do, you know? Well, good on you for sharing chores, Bastet. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do with this information. And as YouTube chat says, you have to make your own challenges, which is fine because I have a game. I'd rather have a game where it says good luck than you make, and then you make value out of it. Yeah, it's a toy box, and you pick what toys to play with, right? It's good to know that you're here now. Please don't cry. Orc with bow. Oh, sorry, that's a war cry. I'm very, very similar. Sorry, I mistook. It's good to see you. How you doing, Orc with bow? I wish there was a second highest tier to gems that appear in the cavern kinder eggs, like normal diamonds with and rubies or something, or like impure diamonds. Because I know that you can have like semi-pure diamonds or like impure diamonds. Maybe just like small, you know, like a diamond fragment or something. That's just a lower value gem. I don't know. I know that that was a placeholder mechanic that Tarn added because he was bored of working on UI. So, or he said as much. Good luck. It does say that at the beginning of Star Fox. It's mostly for the early game. Now now I know to trade more. I usually hoard all your wealth like a dragon. Hey, there's nothing wrong with doing that either, because then you're more likely to get a dragon, right? If you hoard all your wealth, you're more likely to have a dragon show up. I realize this is the least interesting gameplay ever, just staring at that dwarf until they eat, but I go down here and just queue up a bunch of construction. And then I'll go back up there. I'm also building these bedrooms so that we can get rid of clothing. Let's also go here. Actually, let's go here first. Cloth. What do I have for cloth? 146 spider silk, pigtail, and quite a lot of llama and sheep's wool. I'm just going to say sheer animal and spin thread. And I'll just do 12 per month. And then get rid of these, although I will chuck some more spin threads. What's up, Sir Olsich? Wish you could get a dragon. All you get are robbers. Finding dragons is a lot easier if you start off in adventure mode and then find a dragon's lair and then settle really close to it, or on top of it. Because you can just straight up settle on top of a dragon's lair. And they won't just automatically attack you unless you walk up to them. So you can settle on a map with a dragon already living on it. And if you're sneaky about it, sometimes you can start on a map with a dragon and its children living on it. So that's the route I would go. Was it the last fort or the fort before? I was doing a bunch of dying previously. I'm not in this fort. I don't know. Dying is one of those mechanics where it's like, I personally don't see enough reason to take part in it. Like, I'll do it sometimes, but I don't think I've ever set a limitation to only spin dyed thread, because I know that that's a thing you can set. I don't think I've ever set that before. Like, not once. For whatever that's worth. This is concerning me. Doesn't seem to be bothering them, though. Just don't like it. Yeah, it's a value increase similar to like how encrusting stuff with gems works. So it's a cloth value increase, which increases the value of anything made out of said cloth. Ah. Forgotten Beast, Rulush, Fergig, Gulgun. It shoots you shoot the gulls and their feathers fly off. It's like gal gun, but with seagulls. I said I had a story about a goose. I should tell that story. I saw a guy sitting on a beach feeding geese, and he had like 35 geese around him the other day. That was the story. And they weren't being mean to him. So proof once again that your American propaganda of geese being mean is you're mean to geese. That's all I have to say. Gulgun, a gigantic hairy snail, has come. It has thin wings of stretched skin and allegedly came from Bastet's fish tank. It is ravening and its pearl hair is long and shaggy. Beware its noxious spit. Oh, and it's in the lower level, so it'll go fight with the vomit monster. It's noxious secretions. Hasn't killed anything. Well, good luck, Beastie Weastie. You're annoyed at the lack of chairs. Well... Oh, shit. So they ate the food out of this. And are still using a crutch, but don't need it. So shout outs to this dwarf. Who, we missed it, unfortunately. But is now fully healed. They still have their crutch equipped. But is now fully healed. And look at that. They dropped their crutch because they don't need it anymore. I mean, but Audacity is great editing software. I mean, who cares if a goose chases a deer? I too would chase a deer if it went anywhere near my garden. Goose bit you in the eye when you were a little kid. That seems like a parenting problem, not the goose. But I'm gonna maybe try not to make this about like parents being bad parents. But if you were a child and you were in a situation where a goose could bite you in the eye, I would blame the parents. Goose apologist, damn fucking right. I am very much in the pocket of Big Goose. What about swans? You mean white geese? Big flappy white geese? I'll be honest with you, I've never interacted with a swan. There's a pub I like called Swans, so they get a +1 for that. Very territorial. I believe it, but swans aren't really geese. That's like trying to compare doves and pigeons. It's like, well, are they the same species? Well, sure, totally. All right, so this needs to be a craft store guild. I gotta finish this. Don't have any statues currently. I should queue up some gold statues. Gold statue. I don't know how much gold I have, but probably quite a few. 44 gold bars. Yeah, we'll do 10 gold statues. I do, in fact, have a instrument I could plop in here. I have a chest I could plop in here. Ooh, actually, since I got so much gold, let's do 7 of those. Let's jump back over to bars real quick. What else do I have? 8 platinum, 27 bismuth. What I really need is I want more platinum. Maybe, actually, you know what? I should make some billet. Now let's make some billet. And I'm going to table, throne. I don't actually know how much I have, but I'm gonna try and make 30. Maybe 40, because I think that's actually how much I'll need. The sock on the furnace looks fancy. What, this sock? Let's say cotton sock that's green with emerald dye. And this is a very busy set of dwarves, and everybody's constructing something. Do need to see if anybody's actually putting these dwarves into tombs. Not currently. I'm a little worried that those tasks aren't going to get done quick enough, although it may have something to do with the ridiculous numbers of bodies around, or maybe they're just forbidden, which is also possible. It does look like a lot of those got cleaned up, actually. I may have to make tombstones. It's the issue here, but that's okay. YouTube chat talking about growing up on a farm. I didn't grow up on a farm, but I grew up next to a bunch of hobby farms. So I got to do a lot of weird farming activities. Maybe not weird, but farming activities when I was younger. There was also some bigger farms, but I didn't really take part in any of those. Let's see, what other animals do I have that I don't need or want? Keeping the sheep and the llamas, because we're actually raising those. I'll slaughter some of the llamas. Some of them are okay. So I've got all of these baby giant tortoises, which are tame. And then I've got these giant tortoises, which are not tame. I'm very tempted to eat the giant tortoises. Like the full-grown ones. Although currently we just seem to be eating their eggs, so maybe we'll just hang on to them. It does give you Civ XP, yeah, but I don't know. We've already learned quite a few facts about it. Storing item in stockpile. I think we're just going to let dwarves put stuff away for a little bit, is probably what we're going to do. I'm just going to let them clean stuff up, and I'm going to schedule up a bunch of clothing. Is my manager injured? I wonder. Cloth. Cloak. What are we wearing? Socks, shoes, gloves, cloak, trousers, shirt. Dress. Actually, let's not do cloth cloak. Let's do yarn cloaks. Silk dress, yarn trousers, silk sock, silk shoe, and silk. Did I not say shirt? It didn't. Yarn. Loincloth, why not? Itchy loincloths. Dress, cloak, trousers, sock, shoe, shirt, gloves. Let's do leather gloves. Okay, and then all of these are going to be set to 25, and then just repeat if there isn't 25. Or maybe just repeat quarterly. because that should be enough to keep everybody up. And ad breaks are about to hit. When the ad breaks hit, I will not unpause the game until the ad breaks are completed. But first, I need to see what's up with my manager. Why are you not managing? Oh, you are managing. Well, go manage then. Because I have about 50-50 of those resources, is why. Share the load on my different resource ownership is why. Hopefully it didn't get stuck in an ad right when I answered that. You want bite, you want giant turtle delight. Well, you'll get giant turtle delight. Hopefully sooner than later. Also, don't forget to leave a like on the stream, YouTube folks. There's 38 likes and 92 of you watching. I think we're capable of getting a couple more likes on the stream. And also I have to say thank you very much to the 200 folks watching here on Twitch. I appreciate you. It means a lot. Thanks for tuning in today. It's around $1,000 an acre. I know somewhere where it's about $100 an acre in Canada, which is funny because that's very similar to what I paid per square foot. Oh, sorry, I know somewhere where it's $500 an acre in Canada. Anyway, I'm real quick making a goal for the YouTube stream purely for algorithm purposes. And also, another thing I'm going to check before I unpause game. As a reminder to everybody, this is a crowd-funded channel, so I do not do any paid sponsor time. Thank you very much, Brewing, by the way, for the 4th month. So far today here on the Twitch, we've made 1/3 of my daily goal. A little under that, actually. So we're $80 south of my daily minimum. I'll keep up with that as it goes on. Dwarf here is managing work orders. We also have dwarves that want to acquire objects. I think really what needs to happen is these dwarves need like a month break, and I need to cool off on a lot of the tasks that they are completing. It's something I really need to cool off on. That's getting placed, that's getting placed. Let's get a door in here. How's the value doing? It's almost up. It's almost up to where it needs to be. Correct, Celestars. And we're getting close to the takeover of the Mysterious Palace. We're very, very close. We're over here making brewskis againsies. I also need some more tables and chairs in here, but, you know, working on that one piece at a time. Das Space, thank you very much for the 13th month with Prime. Welcome back. And thanks for helping me hit that daily minimum. Appreciate you, mate. All right, so something I was working on last stream was bedrooms. And if I look at this, we currently have a lot of dwarves without bedrooms. So that's something we also need to work on today, is more bedrooms. So I'm going to queue up a bunch of bedrooms. Try and be a little bit space efficient with this for once. What should you get for lunch? Chat, what should our friend Corpus here acquire for a Lunchables? Is this like a what should you order in kind of question? Or is this a, like, give me ideas on what to scrounge from my kitchen kind of question? Soup with popcorn. Ooh. I had soup and a Costco muffin for dinner on Friday, and you know what? I'm not even ashamed to say it. I discovered that the little 24-hour corner store up the street from me has Costco muffins for $1, which is actually not a horrible price to pay for a Costco muffin. So, well, actually, they're more like $1.50 after taxes. But, you know, anyway, I bought one of those, and it was delicious. It's a handheld cake is what those are. Bacon and eggs. There's a diner here that has, I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's basically just like the breakfast combo for a guy who was a regular for a really long time. And it's 6 pieces of bacon, a beer, and a shot of Jack Daniels. Half a dozen strips of bacon, a beer, and a shot of Jack Daniels. It's like $10. It's actually like a pretty decent deal. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. And they're up here on the surface. Ooh, a novice spear dwarf. Were you ever in the military previously? That's just freedom breakfast. That's just fuck you, I will do what I tell me breakfast. Dreams of raising a family. She's slow to anger. Dreams of crafting my... Yeah, we'll leave you out of the military. How about you? I love how all these dwarves have some sort of combat experience. He's assertive. Strong, developed empathy, gregarious. I think this dwarf is going to get their own squad. It'll be you. Yes. Lots of accomplished surgeons, too. Depression parm? Pierogi, very good lunch. Can confirm. Whenever I do really long marathon streams, like subathons and stuff, I usually just go buy a bunch of pierogi and then just, like, boil them as needed. Just keep a pot on the stove. Doesn't handle stress well. Gosh darn it. I'll just throw you in here. You're a gem cutter. I'll throw you in there. Hallelujah. Population climbs a little bit. Let's go into you. Place the new animals in here. Holy shit, cavies. I caught a lot of cavies. My god. And a mongoose, apparently. We shall name him Jeff. Well, thankfully, I caught them in my cage trap so I can dispose of them safely. Without the risk of them becoming pets. Do I ever do any brewing IRL? I lived in a 400 square foot apartment for a very long time. And now I live in a bigger apartment. But it's still largely 2 rooms, right? Small bathroom, nice sized bedroom. Brewing smells and kind of requires space. My parents used to make wine when I was growing up. I've never done any brewing of any sort and have 0 interest. Why do you ask? Smells so good, though. I'm glad you feel that way. No, I do, my hobby is gardening. I do some fermenting. But I have zero interest in other such things in that regard. Well, rip that wild boar. I have zero interest in doing any kind of brewing. I like to use my bathtub to bathe. You know, it's funny. Somebody always says this. Whenever this conversation comes up, somebody always says that. Bathtub wine with some sort of smiling face. At which point I would respond with, human tub bathe. That's what tub for. Not your fucking booze. If I want booze, I simply walk up street to nearest brewery and purchase booze. I don't need more. There's enough booze in my life already. That's what the rooftop greenhouse is for? I have a feeling that might get me fined. You mean gamer bath water? You know what, Necrin? You bathe in wine and let me know how that goes and get back to me. There's also a thing where, like, I wouldn't make wine if I did have interest in it because, like, I'm diabetic and homemade wine is generally very, very sugar heavy. Wine is bad for me. Same with copious amounts of alcohol anyway. So I don't need that much booze. I don't have the space for it. I don't have the interest in the type of stuff that would be easy to make, except for maybe mead. But again, if I want mead, I'll just go to the farmer's market. Just get something that, like, has been checked for alcohol amounts already. I have enough expensive hobbies. I don't need another one. Apparently, we've learned a few facts about wild boar training. It's always good to see. Is that screen still shown somewhere? Like faction knowledge? I know it used to be surfaced. I don't know if it still is. If it is, you've never found it? I mean, I've definitely, like, discovered or realized that a screen is somewhere, like, months after it was added. Probably doesn't exist anymore, right? Or it's hidden. Oh, actually, maybe. No, that doesn't expose anything. Huh. You know, I really want to try and steal that. Elemental stone whip, you say? I like that these are all at the top. I think I'm going to try and steal this whip. Good luck, Glad Portals. But yeah, no, there used to be a screen that would, like, show you all of your faction's knowledge of different critters. So, certainly doesn't seem to do anything currently, but, you know, maybe one day. Bottom right. I don't know what bottom right button I'm supposed to be looking for, because there's squads, and there's this. Bottom right on my pets screen. Oh! Well, there you go. Found it. It does still exist. Apparently we have a general familiarity with taming gremlins. What? Excuse me? So, and then we are knowledgeable about giant tortoises. Congratulations, you just showed me a menu that I haven't seen in 3 years. I've probably found this accidentally before and then, like, forgotten. Apparently we know a few facts about training raccoons. I know where I got that. Cool. Thanks, chat. It's very helpful, actually. So this is going to be stockpiles for trading because they're close to the trading hall. So I'm going to make a stockpile for... Ooh, let's just say all clothing. And maybe some other things. So we're just going to do clothing. But I'm going to only say the bottom tiers of clothing. Any material is good. Let's also say bracelets, backpacks, armor, amulets, chains. Well, maybe not chains. Probably not going to sell those ever. Crowns, earrings, figurines, flasks, goblets. Well, maybe not goblets. Large gems, sure. Gonna have somewhere to put those. Splints, scepters, yeah. Rings, yeah. Quivers, yeah. Totems, sure. Let's also go to furniture and just say yes, no. What do we do for furniture? Grates, I can't trade. Actually, you know what? Let's do a different stockpile for furniture. And then this can just be for furniture. We'll say everything, nothing. Armor stands, boxes, buckets, cabinets, doors. Maybe not doors. That'll be full. Floodgates, grates, nah. Hatch covers, mechanisms, millstones, minecarts, querns, slabs, thrones, traction benches, tables, statues, windows, sure. Weapon racks. You bought a bunch of elephants, but pasturing and unpasturing them for every attack was a hassle, so you switched to grizzlies. People always ask me why I don't generally use war elephants, even when I do have war elephants, and that's the exact reason. It's having to pasture and unpasture them in between fights. I just find it very tiresome. Oh, got an artifact happening. Exclaimed cave spider silk, gold bars, dolomite blocks, and dolomite. I also have another thingy that's being queued up. I'm going to let you guys follow the strange mood, Dwarf. I'm going to go put my coffee cup into the sink because it is empty. I will be right back. If I can figure out how to put my headphones down. I'll be right back. Hubbity bubbity. Evening, George. Your dwarf's still alive, if you're wondering. The quest for knowledge never ends, hey? Well, you work secretly. I need another one of these. Just a normal metalsmith. Steel anvils. Copper bars. Do war animals not fight if they're in a pasture? You know, I'll be honest with you, I don't do much science in this regard because I find war animals annoying to deal with. I don't think they fight if they're in a pasture, but war animals are useful in Fortress mode, but they're significantly more useful as an invasion tactic. They're much more effective in that format. So I think when people are talking about pasturing and unpasturing, usually what they're actually referring to isn't the process of your dwarves necessarily being, how do I word this? It isn't necessarily the process of your dwarves pasturing them and unpasturing them for on-map combat. I think usually what people are talking about when they're discussing pasturing and unpasturing is sending them out to go attack something. You use them at your entrances? Sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure they do fight like that, but they're significantly less reliable in maps actively. Amazing Crane, what kind of bearded dwarf would you like? If I search by happiest, we have Az, this dwarf here. We also have this Gelder, who's quite happy. We have a... Nobody else higher up. Everybody else is named. I can't tell if that... That's a freaky looking butcher with a big ass mask on. We've also got the mayor who's available. Anyone happy? All right. We'll give you this engraver who's ecstatic with his life. We'll see how long that lasts. Crane the Happy could not care less about his appearance and talents or personal vanities, is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism, and without... Deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. He gets along best without any strife or contention. He is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. He's troubled by this as he dislikes the natural world, and he tends to think before acting. He is quick to anger and often is cheerful. Tenses up when he's nervous and when he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. When he's thinking, he has a tendency to chew on his cheek when he's thinking hard. He has a habit of licking his lips, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Inner Bunny, the blacksmith, has created Alakficod. I lack the cod, is what he's saying. A gold cage, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Fath Slapped Traded. Is a slap trade a successful trade or an unsuccessful trade? Or is it like you're trading slaps? Regardless, he personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, and truly values merrymaking parties and values loyalty. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes bronze, purple, spinel, and dingo leather, naff fabric, the color copper, spears and yaks for their shaggy hair, and the vile freaks for their macabre ways, and the words of the crested wall, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling. When possible, prefers to consume bayberry wine and dwarven sugar and pears. And hates blood gnats. Is that a gold bar bridge? Yes. I had it, and I felt like being gaudy. You worship Burr, the god of wealth, and you're a member of the sect of Amethyst, and you have no kills, no family or friends, and you've been here since the year 370. It's been 3 years, so you haven't made any friends yet. I think that means I need them to be friendlier with each other. Anyway, how's the value of this? Not high enough yet. I'm just going to do this. And also... that. So now that I have this, I don't really know what to do with it, so I'm just going to chuck it into this Craftsdorf's guild for right now. And if I think of something to do with it later, we'll do something with it later. But for right now, I honestly think that just using it as a way of cleaning up this Craftsdorf's guild is probably a pretty good method of doing it. Also, it's worth 15,000 Dwarf bucks. Put the cage in there? Yes. And also, I just have to say thanks, YouTube folks, for hanging out. And Dawn of Minstrel, dude, it's good to see you. How have you been? It has been a long time. Hey, chat. Is anybody feeling generous? Because Dawn of Minstrel needs a sub. Otherwise, I'll do it. I'll take it out of my daily budget and do it. Pedestals plus artifacts, you can do that, but then they're stealable, right? If the artifact is constructible, I generally just construct it, because then it can't be toppled and isn't stealable. Okay, so the Order of Dust needs a temple complex and a high priest, which is this one down here. Which already has the value? That's funny. Ender Bunny, do you want it? Or, Chat, do I give it to the dwarf who beat the ever-living shit out of a forgotten beast, who wasn't even in the military and managed to get the kill by punching it really hard? Should I give it to that dwarf that just became a legendary blacksmith? Do I give it to Havoc, who helped found the fortress? Or do I give it to some random cheesemaker who apparently has a name? Sideburns. Gives you big art installation vibes. I mean, once it's installed, it literally is an installed piece of art, so, yeah. For everyone. I think I'm gonna give it to Thorax. Your gold bar bridge isn't big enough? Oh no! Well, I'll have to make it bigger then. So Arende and Thorax are the religious figures of this place, and that should immediately satisfy them. Also, my dwarves returned from their mission to recover the elemental item, and yeah, they didn't do it. Well, that sucks. I really wish that those quests worked, but maybe when they return to systems. I like how putting the statue in here was already enough. Just putting this in here is just gonna completely explode the value of it. I'm also just going to remove this dwarf from this so that other people can do them. Because you're too busy. Am I out of charcoal? No. Don't know why those canceled. Ah. I am out of ore to continue making billin. Thankfully, I do have a ton of billin, though. And I can make billin using bars. So I'm just going to go here and go... Oh. Use bars. And we'll do another 30. Because I do have plenty of silver lying around. All right. Chat didn't do it, so I'll do it. Welcome back, Minstrel. Have my $8 Canadian. All right. So you don't need to see that ad break that's about to hit. I also learned during that Forgotten Beast attack that I haven't built a wall here yet that functions, so I should build a wall here that functions. I really shouldn't have. Well, I did. You had a 48-month sub. You need that crown, man. I mean, the first funeral is better than the last funeral, you know? I mean, it still implies that there's more funerals to come. All right. This can also get deconstructed. So can this. There's probably other bridges that I have that can get deconstructed. This over here needs to get finished. Then that'll all be done. There's also more gold right there. There's always more gold. Always more gold. I'm just going to go queue up a bunch of gold. There's so much gold on this map. So much gold. Wowie. I'm also going to go to you. And I'm just going to queue up copper bin. 10 of them. And just say, yeah, no bins. 3 bins. How many bins do you get? 1 bin, that's fine. Just making sure that bins don't end up in places where I don't want them. Should be fine. I don't know if they will arrest a king. I know they will arrest queen consorts. I don't remember the last time I had to arrest a king. Usually kings end up just being so happy that I don't run into issues with them. Honestly. Another thing I got to do is I got to dig a tunnel up to here so that I can start working on those railguns proper. We'll just do it that way, I think. Sorry about the ad break as always, but thanks for sticking through it. The wall looks cool. I really like the way the wall's turning out. I kind of want to go around the outside as well. Like, basically cut in 1 tile all the way around the base of it and have, like, a consistent wall all the way around. I think that would be really nice looking. It's something I'm probably going to try and do. I don't know how long I'm going to play this fort, but so far I'm really, really enjoying the process of building this fort. So hopefully longer. Also, it would be really cool to, you know, have like housing or something up and around the top of this. You know, things like that. I think that there's a lot that could be done here that could be really cool looking. You don't mind ads? I give you some money and it doesn't really distract from your work time enjoyment. Yeah. I mean, hey, I wish that there was like a plugin or something that would just automatically mute the ads, or at the very least level the volume a little better, you know? Like, I don't know if like, like that's honestly the only issue I really have with Twitch ads is that they're sometimes very loud. That's my only real issue with them, to be honest. Although I stopped paying for them because I kept getting ads in French and ads for candy. And as a diabetic, I get annoyed with this. So I now pay for Turbo so I don't see them. But I'm glad you don't mind the ads. I think like the majority of people don't mind the ads. It's just the occasional person who does mind the ads is just very loud about it, and then I feel the need to apologize. Loud as fuck ads. Yeah. The thing is, like, that it's not legal to do that, so it always just comes down to, like, code errors to me, because, like, as much as I feel like a lot of big tech companies are totally fine with just breaking the law, there are some laws that, like, it's really hard to get away with breaking. So I do genuinely feel like that's probably just an unintended error, but who knows, really? It's not legal, doesn't stop most companies. Exactly, Orange. I know, but I'll put it this way. Laws have managed to stop EA Games from selling loot boxes in some countries. So some laws do get followed. But you are correct. Laws never really stopped many people. As they always say, if there's a fine on something, it just means that's how much it costs to do that thing. And if you have the money, then who cares? So it's a $250 fine to drink in the park? Okay, well, that means a license to drink in the park is $250. Oh, really? Are they still fucking you around? Oh, that sucks, dude. That sucks. My older sister is in the process of suing her old boss for firing her illegally and also abusing her coworkers. So, yeah. It's an expensive drink, though. You know, there was an evening, actually, once where me and my moderator, Hobo, were in Vegas. This was before Steam version came out. I went on a very brief trip to Vegas because he was staying in Vegas, and I could just crash at the apartment that he was renting because he was taking a class in Vegas. And we hung out for a long weekend, and it was a great time. But we went to a concert while we were there, and we'd been on our feet for like the entirety of the day, and there was sofas in the VIP section. We were just looking at those going, okay, how much is bottle service? And we actually genuinely, for a solid 40 minutes, contemplated spending $250 US on a bottle of Jack Daniels so we could sit down. So, you know, we didn't end up doing it. We ended up just deciding to go home. But, like, we did think about it. We did think about it. What our like idea was maybe we could like wander around and find one or two other people who aren't hammered yet in this crowd who would maybe be interested in splitting that. Because like we basically decided that if we could split it 3 ways, we'd do it. But if it was just us buying it, we wouldn't. So if we could find like another 2 groups or something to split it, we'd be like, oh, okay, we can like justify this now. Because they were big sofas. Like they were good for like, I don't know, 8 or 9 people even, maybe 10. Not even single malt. No, just literally a bottle of Jack Daniels. Well, it was either that or I think Smirnoff. So at least Jack Daniels is drinkable. I like vodka, but Jesus. That shit's low. Since Orange has been there, for anybody who's wondering, it was in Area 15, which is where Omega Mart is in Las Vegas. There is a couple concert venues out there. Also, I want to say the bottle of Smirnoff was more expensive. $250 on Jack. Well, I mean, it would be split between 2 people, so it technically wouldn't have been $250 on a bottle of Jack Daniels. Would have been half that on a bottle of Jack. Still too much money. I think spending more than $20 on a bottle of Jack Daniels is too much, but we didn't, so, you know. All right. How are things going? We've got that bin being made. Got those tables being made. Got statues being made. Oh, Lanix said post beers. I was like, why is there beers all of a sudden? That's caught me out. One of your war elephants is so old and crippled, he can't find the way off the map anymore. You had to put him to pasture permanently. Oh, no. At least you're not sending him up to the farm up north. Is that a statue of a toad? That is a statue of a toad. Excellent. I would expect nothing less. I'm also going to make some Billin goblets. You can't buy Jack Daniels in Canada anymore? You know, I haven't been in like that section of a liquor store in a while, but yeah, I'm not surprised actually because that's a U.S. import. I mean, most bourbon you can't buy in Canada anymore. Like most bourbon, which you know, no sweat off my back. I'm more of a Scotch fellow anyway. Oh yeah, of course. There's a couple people that have been commenting on the meals video, going, "Goddamn tariffs." No, I know, Elmarin. Yeah, I've mentioned this a couple times in recent streams, but I've taken up this habit of you know, it's great. We'll keep the Bismuth Thrones. I've taken up this habit of listening to the CBC in the mornings. I was talking about this yesterday, but there's something about just hearing a calm voice talk about the news, which is less stressful than, you know, listening or reading a blog post. You know, we managed to make it 3 hours and 15 minutes without talking about politics, and here we are. You've never liked alcohol. Lol, gross. Well, I mean, good for you. It's from YouTube chat. Naturally. You're the reason? I thought alcoholism was the reason, Lanix. All right, we've also got yak sweetbread roast. I think I should just put prepared meals down in here. I'm seeing them showing up in places I don't need them or want them. But this stockpile should be... Choose a stockpile from which this selected stockpile will take items, from which this stockpile will give items. Boop! You're going to feed into that stockpile. Also just allow drinks down here. Because I'm also basically out of drinks again. Apparently I have no fermentable plants, somehow. Am I, like, cooking plump helmets? Must be. That or I somehow just don't have enough production. Caravans cannot use stairs to traverse. They need to use ramps to traverse. Oops. Well, I mean, trade caravans can, but wagons can't. Animals can take single stairs, yes, but wagons cannot. Well, I mean, if you have a barony, yeah, you want them wagons. As Ford is anti-Baron. I think I'm just going to be anti-Baron / anti-Mountain Home until Tarn fixes the infinitely respawning anything. I'm totally fine with inheriting them, but I don't want my fortress to be a Mountain Home in a world where, you know, that stuff is a going concern, because I just find it way too fucking annoying to deal with. Which Baron glitch? When the leader of your faction arrives, so a king or queen or king and queen, all of the barons and nobles from your faction visit your fortress, which they've always done, and that's totally fine. I actually don't mind that. I think it's fun having a bunch of forced guests based on its situation. The problem is, if one of them dies, another one with a new name and the same rank immediately appears to replace them, basically making it so that if you get sieged while you're a mountain home or a capital, these visitors will just infinitely die. And so if you're somebody like me who likes to make weird maniacal death traps to kill enemy sieges, they clog up the death traps, and it's really fucking annoying because it's mechanically broken, basically. So I have no problem with managing nobles in my forts. In fact, I like managing nobles in my forts. I'm weird like that, I guess. I quite enjoy having nobles to manage. It gives me a side activity that I find interesting. What I don't like is having to deal with an infinitely respawning thing that, by all counts, doesn't positively affect the fortress at all. In fact, it negatively affects the fortress because all of a sudden you just have these nobles that are infinitely suiciding and then turning into ghosts, and I fucking hate it. It drives me bonkers. Like the demand, like everybody presumes when I'm talking about nobles, I'm talking about like the demands. No, the demands are fine. Like like if you have issues with noble demands, that's a skill issue, and I can't help you with that. Noble demands are a non-issue. The issue is the visiting nobles that are not part of your faction that infinitely respawn upon death. That is the issue. How do you identify and get rid of a vampire in your community? You keep finding dwarves drained of blood. Go to the crime screen, see who the last witness was, and interrogate them, and just keep doing that. Or you could knock down all the walls in your fortress, and then they'll witness whoever gets eaten next when they fall asleep. Or you could restrict everybody to the tavern, and the last one to get thirsty is the vampire. Those are kind of the quickie ways. Is this a new defect? It's new as of version 50. So either when version 50 initially released on Steam or at some point since version 50. They used to always come visit, but they wouldn't infinitely respawn. So like you'd always have like a contingency of random nobles visiting after your king and queen arrived, which is fine on its surface. Like I don't mind the mechanic. In fact, I wish there was more mechanics around that. Like if that's like a precursor to giving us like Dwarf Fortress like global politics, I think that's really cool, which as far as I can tell, that's what it is. It becomes an issue for me when it detracts from my ability to defend my fort functionally and enjoy a lot of the game's mechanics. That's where it becomes an issue. So new-ish in Dwarf Fortress terms, not really that new in the grand scheme of things. You know, I did that once, Corpus. I want to say it was Boulder's Gate, actually, was the name of the fort, where I basically made a public tavern over top of a volcano and dropped, like, hundreds, if not thousands of nobles into the volcano. It was a fun bit for a little bit, and then it got kind of old when I realized they all started turning into ghosts. So, you know, I think that mechanics like that actively just break the game are very different than bugs that improve the game. Like, Dwarf Fortress has plenty of bugs that have become features in their own weird ways, and I like bugs like that. I think those are fun. I don't like when a bug actively detracts from my ability to enjoy the game. Which that one does, very much so. Sometimes I tolerate it, sometimes I don't. And currently I'm in a mood of not tolerating it and got so annoyed with it recently that I directly complained to the people making the game, so hopefully they patch it. What's a record for me, Tristan, in YouTube chat? Caravan has arrived. Yay! If I have a vampire in your fort who I know is a vampire, but it isn't revealed in game, can they come to another fort and start in the same faction with a fake name? Or will they'll show up with a fake name again, yeah. Unless you give them a nickname, they'll retain their nickname. But they will show up with a new fake name, yeah. What's my fave bug? Favorite as in to use and abuse? I guess technically infinite stockpiles. This is technically a bug. Otherwise, I would say ladybugs, probably. Yeah, I like ladybugs. Or, please don't go at me and be like, that's not a bug! That or, they're called soldier flies? I think they're called. They kind of they're bright red and they fly like little attack helicopters. They kind of look like a tiny wasp, and they eat pests. They're lovely. Big fan of those. Ants are pretty cool as long as they're very far away from me and outside. An Etten has come, a giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. A second Etten. This one has no items. Or was the other one a giant? You got some thick eyebrows there, bud. No, I'm talking about literal bugs. You weren't specific, okay? If you were more specific, I would have given you a more specific answer, but you weren't specific, so thus I didn't give you a specific answer. Or are you trying to destroy the door? I should open this. So you don't need to be closed right now. Also, I should dig into here and then make these into fortifications and then shoot these guys from above. Should do that. Okay, so we've got Ashen, the militia captain here, who's now dueling with the critter. We've also got Olon, the militia captain here, who's going to go help, but wasn't in time. And it seems like you're probably going to solo it, right? It's a damn shame, that. But fortunately, we got plenty of tombs. Didn't serve very long. Now, did you? Bring out your dead indeed, yeah. Speaking of bringing out your dead, let's set this dwarf to train. I'm actually curious where you end up. I don't want you to go in there. Need to make sure that these are going into the right places. Yeah, okay, so you're going in there. Don't want you going in there. So I need to go to this. I need to go to trash. And I need to go to corpses and just say dwarf. Don't put dwarf corpses into the trash, please. Put them into tombs. Speaking of tombs, I've got a slab I got to engrave. Or a place. It's probably been engraved. Yep, there it is. All right. What else was I doing? Right, you over here. I'm gonna go up to this, go up to this. And the Safe Roughness, which is a terrible name. All these bedrooms down here are claimed. Still lacking, but we're getting there. I really need a generic anything goes temple. And I also need a library. I'm gonna go over here, build up a floor. And I'm going to do this. once that's built. We're going to build on top of this, and this is going to be my next temple. Playing Dwarf Fortress while watching somebody play Dwarf Fortress, you know no problem? Well, that's good. At the very least, Dwarf Fortress isn't a game that makes you jump that often with sound effects. Like, I used to play League of Legends while watching people play League of Legends, and that was never good because I would hear things happen in the games that I was watching and then freak out. It was never good. Very bad, even. All right, all of a sudden, that's going to speed up in construction. We're also putting away a shit ton of clothing. My God. Ghostly Marksdorf's been put to rest. It is for the best. Redeemsdorf death noise. What, the tick sound? I wouldn't want you guys... I wouldn't trust you with that power. Oh, shit! My, it appears that my outpost liaison is also now a consort. A Baron consort. They're asking me what I would like. I'm just gonna ask them for... I'm gonna ask them for more bismuth. Well, maybe bismuth bronze. That'd be fancy. They want cut gems and goblets. Ooh, fancy. Okay, well, I'll consider. I'll consider your options. And just type in bin. 2 finished goods bins. And then I'm just gonna hit X. Within reason. Distance-wise. Don't really want to do anything that's too far away. But most things are closer now, which is good. It's when stuff starts getting really far away like that I don't so much want to do it. But now that we have these bins, everything's closer, which is good. Or most things are closer. I was starting to get to the point where most items were way too far away. Which is a problem when you're trying to trade somewhat efficiently. Like, this still may cause issues, but... yeah, let's just not sell you. Sell those, close that. Oh, fuck it. Just do a bunch of these. If there's some far away ones, there's some far away ones. We'll deal with it when we get there. Nothing stupidly far away. And I'll sell these nest boxes because I don't need those. Okay, cool. That was an expensive glove. Yeah, it's from a an angel that we killed pretty early on. So it's made out of godlike materials, which makes it super expensive. I can't actually use it because it's for a human, and it also doesn't have a sprite, so I don't care about selling it. That's some logic. I would say that anything made of materials that are not, you know, lava safe are flammable, which is almost all creatures in the world. So I'll say that. Dwarves are equally flammable, allegedly. I already have auditory hallucinations, Java. I don't need schizophrenia on top of it. All right, let's sell all of this stuff. I can't wait to buy all of their drink stuff. I'm gonna buy these. Run an ad. I will unpause game when ad done. some milk, but it's mostly wine. Buy the plump helmets, which will help me catch up a little bit on drinks. Need to double check that we're not selling plump helmets. I'll buy the bolts, because those are helpful. Let's go to the top of this and buy the cloth. Let's also buy the bags. So I don't need to worry about making said bags. Got plenty of armor. That's a non-issue. Buy the cheese. Buy the book. Or the copy of a book. They brought a water buffalo. I'm good. Bought some of those. All right, now we wait until the ads are done. Dwarves don't float? Sure, but they're definitely flammable. I mean, here's the thing. Do the science, you know? Put an elf in water and see if it floats. Put a dwarf in water and see if it floats. Put a human in water and see if it floats. Elves also don't float. I've done the science. I know. They certainly do not float. Quite the opposite, actually. Nothing is tossable in Dwarf Fort. How goes the railgun? Slow but steady. Until it goes very fast. Currently, the railgun looks like this. So, still needs work, but we're getting there. So I would say that your logic and argument is flawed because all of these creatures that you're claiming float do not float. Corpse man. Although, ironically, the problem with floating is literally the actual answer is skill issue because anything can learn to swim, it's just most things don't. So the actual answer is skill issue. Which is kind of funny. In a way. Anyway, chat. I don't really have anything to say on this subject, so... What are you doing? What's your plans for the weekend? Got any things coming up? I got a friend who's coming to visit. Who's the friend who I normally crash with. During PAX. It's gonna be fun. Not gonna lie, what? You know, that was almost readable. I gotta say to that cat, congratulations on learning some shorthand. Next, they're gonna be talking about how you're elite haxer. For crushing that dog's hopes and dreams in life by not giving it the hot dog that was in your hand. Yes. You're wondering if you should go to a concert? What concert? I had that wonder last weekend, and then I did, and I'm happy I did. Even though it's not the kind of music I would listen to on my own, it was very much like tech death and heavy death metal, and which, you know, I don't mind. Heavy death metal's fine. It's just not my go-to. Certainly not the kind of music I would just sit down and listen to, but fun show. Going to your brother's to celebrate your niece's birthday? Gotcha. Baron Rojo and Obus. Not familiar at all. What kind of music is that? Don Minstrel? Visiting old friends? Good stuff. I'm going to try and resist going to the store that sells cassettes and buying more tapes. I'm going to try and resist and probably fail. This is a constant struggle for me. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the middle of this and dig out all these walls and replace them with blocks. Got your Discord buddies coming over? Third get together? Hell yeah. Is this just like a friend group that is like built up through Discord? Two very Spanish metal bands. Oh, that, you know, it's funny. It's like there's very few parts of metal that I'm very poorly versed in, but like metal from South America, I know very little about. Like I know some like hard rock bands from like South America, and also I know Mexico's part of North America, but like there's a few bands from Mexico I know, but basically anything further south, it's just lost. Don't know. Panic sleeping? Why are we panic sleeping? Panic sleeping good, though, because at least you're sleeping. It's better than panic unable to sleep, which is usually what happens to me. Oh no, that militia commander, Catan, has risen from the grave. Stress-induced insomnia causing you to stress more? Yeah. I mean, that's usually what happens to me when I'm in horridly stressed states. It's never pleasant. I'm doing this entirely for looks. I don't need to do it. Both bands were formed in 1980. They're pretty big mainstays. Gotcha. So I have a question. What's stopping you from attending this concert theoretically? Because you said you were debating on it. You know, I wish there was. There is a couple of alternative mobile apps for Twitch, Man-Eating Tapir. That might be worth looking into. I would give you names, but I don't use them. I don't use the Twitch mobile app. I basically don't use my mobile device like that. But there are some apps that I've seen popping up as alternative clients for Twitch that don't do that. But as a default, I don't think so. Nobody likes that app. Even people that work at Twitch don't like that app. That's how you know it's bad. You haven't been to a concert since before the pandemic? So as somebody who has never really stopped, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I mean, take the necessary precautions, wear a mask if you feel uncomfortable, but like, I will be honest, like, I haven't had an issue going to a concert. I have worn masks to concerts, though. Ah, dang it. I was hoping I wouldn't do that. Well. We'll just start up here. This is going to take a while to queue all these up, but we'll get there. You can have Erdim, if you like. Iron. Everybody's favorite Emperor Penguin. So also there you have your answer. Man-Eating Tapir has informed you, Donna Minstrel, that you must go. You simply must go. But yeah, that's really cool. Ergo goodies. I also got to say that, like, I've never had a negative experience meeting somebody online. I think it's also got something to do with the audience that I cultivate. He dislikes even the best advice of assistants and family, relying on strictly his own counsel. He presents himself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and he has little time for forgiveness and generally generally feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He has a calm demeanor and is swayed by art and natural beauty. He's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world and generally tends to think before acting. He dreams of raising a family and personally does not He personally does not respect the law and values tranquility and a peaceful day. He likes steel and praise opal as well as elephant leather, yellow bullhead tooth, and linen paper, the color indigo, llamas for their long necks, and the words of the amethyst of iron, go figure, and when possible prefers to consume chameleon and pomegranate wine, and absolutely hates blood gnats. You worship Vesh, the god of death, and are a member of the Order of Dust. Welcome to the fortress. And I require water. So what I'm going to do is go to right there. From all the way along here. You're going to go over to there. I'll be right back, chat. I'm going to go check something. I'm getting back into the habit of having plants indoors, seedlings, starting seedlings indoors because it's been a while. And only just getting back into the habit means I forget to do things. So I forgot to turn the lights on and water them. Quick Armok is away. Well, Chaos seems to be super unsuccessful, I guess. Let's do that over to there. And then this here. And we'll continue you here. And along to here. Along here. Run that along there. It's going to be a lot of construction, but this is how we're going to power the cranes at the top. Let's just get rid of that. So many fucking guinea pigs, man. Clogging up all my goddamn traps. How many adult things do you have to do in a day before you can officially stop adulting for a day? Well, I mean, I have to give myself 5 or 6, depending on the day, injections. So I don't know if I get to stop adulting, really. I guess it depends on your definition of adulting. I think that's mostly what I would say, is it would depend on your definition of adulting. Like, what is adulting in this instance? If adulting is, like, only doing tasks that adults do, I don't think I really stop. Holy crap, that's a lot of Aquifer, actually. Man. It's actually being very annoying. Guess I'll go one layer further up. Didn't want to do it this way, but we'll do it this way. Through shorts on YouTube. There you go. So I'm proving shorts work. Well, cheers, Conspiracy Nut 420. Although your username certainly checks out for somebody who is actively watching YouTube shorts. But appreciate you, mate. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Damn right. Yeah, looks like I'm gonna just need to go up another level. Because I need to get out of this aquifer. There we go. We're out of it. Although we're going to go back into it, I think. So let's instead just go to a different part of the river. May end up back in an aquifer, but I'll just redirect it if that happens. That or I could just use the aquifer. Fuck it, why don't I just use the aquifer? Just don't bother with this. I'm just gonna use the aquifer itself because it's everywhere, might as well use it. Because there's already water running down into here. So that makes this nice and easy. You know, the awkward thing with aquifers, when it comes to aquifers that get ridiculously deep, a lot of the time, the reason they're so deep isn't because of soil, it's because of things like conglomerate, which can absolutely become like a major and consistent ongoing problem when it comes to aquifers, because conglomerate can fill up aquifers, or can be filled up by aquifers, rather. Did they not memorialize that ghost? Or engrave that ghost? Do I not have a ghost? I do. Catan. Okay, somebody already enslaved the slab, which means it's being taken to a stockpile. All the way to the caverns? All right. You know, it's funny because, like, this discussion causes some confusion with how aquifers work. Where people are just like, man, these heavy aquifers are rough. It's like, no, those aren't heavy aquifers. These are just light aquifers that are really deep. Heavy aquifers can be deep too. But aquifers are wonderful. I would never play without them. It's just a pain. Yeah, no, I get you. Or how to deal with them? If the tutorials I've uploaded and if the wiki isn't enough, I don't know how to help you, mate. I will tell you, if you don't understand them, just realize that every single day you drink water, if it's not purified ocean water and in fact water from the dirt, Congratulations, you're working with aquifers. I think there's this really, one of the biggest annoyances I have with the old school Dwarf Fortress player base are the people who just go around saying, aquifers are dangerous and scary and you should avoid them at all costs. Because genuinely, having access to a light aquifer that you can just use as a well is one of the most useful things in this video game. You wouldn't know what to do. They flow about as quickly as most rivers in Dwarf Fortress, basically. Is what a heavy aquifer does. Back in the day, all aquifers were heavy aquifers in Dwarf Fort. That's hasn't been the case in a long time. But that was the case for a very long time. Thankfully, it's no longer the case, so it's no longer a going concern for most people. But heavy aquifers are like something that you play in for bragging rights, in my opinion. If you're playing in a heavy aquifer, it's purely for bragging rights. And the reason I'm doing this one layer above the aquifer is because channeling down into the aquifer doesn't cancel the dig jobs. So this is much more convenient. Can make a glass tower into a heavy aquifer. Good luck. See, all of this is aquifer. It's lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Yeah, it's just tedious and time-consuming Tantor, in my experience. And then I usually end up just kind of not bothering, because by the time I would be through it, I'm just getting attacked. Yeah, I don't know. If it's too bad, just mine one down and slap a well. Yeah, also that. I mean, well, I'd say mine two into it, but so that you don't get a dirty well. Actually, let's, instead of doing this all the way across, let's just go into this and do this and connect these. And then this will all start flowing down. Because it's in sand, there's no need to remove boulders, which is lovely. And there we go. Although there is a little bit more I should do. I'll go this way. Just get a little bit of extra flow. And then I got to plug this thing before it becomes a problem. Because now I got a time limit. Although I could put a bridge at the bottom, but that would be too easy. Water wheels aren't going to be put up here. Water wheels are going to be put at the bottom of it. It's also a very effective way of training your miners because they gain flat XP regardless of what they're digging through. So because they're going through sand and dirt, they gain XP a lot quicker. As you can see, this is already filling up. It's probably plenty, actually. Gonna end up with way too much water in here, but that's fine. I'll block it off so that it's not an issue. Then the water going down here into here. And this I actually need to set to priority number 1. Because I need this done first now. I go back up to here. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just get rid of this side. I don't need it. Let them finish this side, though. I'm sorry, what? Heavy lava aquifer? Lava aquifers don't exist. That's not a thing. No, there's no such thing as a lava aquifer. Don't freak out yet. Well, technically, I guess there's semi-molten rock, which does cause lava to appear. So I guess if you want to call that a lava aquifer, sure, but there really is no such thing as that, so don't worry. This is going to start flooding my fort in a minute. So them doing this is going to fix that problem. Thankfully, they are clearing through this relatively quick, too. But this is going to be nice and full. Magnifer? I mean, it would just require dumping buckets of water onto it and turning it into obsidian. That's all it would do. Or that's all you'd need to do, really. Is just make sure that you have some sort of water source on the surface. And you'd be able to get through a lava aquifer pretty easily. Just pour the water in it. Let's hope that nobody is being a dumb and going up here. Not that I'm seeing. Oh, you thought that the red... Oh, I see. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Thinking that the sand was lava. Makes sense. I could see it. Oh, no! Must be very good at swimming. This random guinea pig. I need to let this flow. I'm actually just going to get them to do this. Get up here, dwarves. Because this is, starting to get a little wet. Not a fan. Need you to fix this problem. Stat. Please. Thumbs up. I mean, like, we're getting there. Once they dig through that, this will cease being an issue. But I don't like the mud that you're getting everywhere. There you go. Okay. You're stressing me out for a moment. I can safely say this is working flawlessly, though. 'Tis indeed working flawlessly. Is what I'm doing smart use of water pressure? What do you mean by smart use of water pressure? We're also about to get hit by an ad, so if you get stuck in an ad, let me know. Sort of confused. Lava is not water, and aquifer is water. So going through rock and sand, if lava is going through rock, it would be lava. No, yeah, no, you're correct. I mean, it's scientifically impossible to make a lava aquifer, but it's just somebody in chat thought that they saw something that they didn't, and now people are just riffing on it. That's all it is. There isn't much more thought going on here than that. So then at the bottom of this, I just need to smooth and fortify it. And thankfully, the water didn't get too deep. There's thought going on here? Well, maybe not in chat. I'm having to think a lot while streaming. A force of darkness that is also happens to be vile has arrived and is seeking parlays. Huh. How nice of them. The least nightmare. Is that them trying to be like, we the good guys, we're the least nightmarish of the nightmares? That's funny. It's gonna come to win the next Aquifer lava where the walls bleed. I feel like that's what you're talking about is stuff that Tarn would just respond to as, well, you know, like with myths and magic and generated worlds, maybe the purposes of water and lava are reversed. As Tarn loves to say, everything is on the table and we're curious about experimenting with it. Also, chat room, sorry for being pestery today, but I am $72 away from my daily minimum, and we are halfway to done streaming, approximately, or halfway to 8 hours streaming. So, if you happen to have a Prime subscription, or $1 in bits, this is a crowdfunders channel. Noel, man, thanks for the 5-pack. Greatly appreciate you. Means a lot, mate. What would I like to see as a third liquid in the game? Whatever Tarn feels like adding. It would be neat to be able to make blood aquifers. Or a blood moat, rather. Either by raining or otherwise, but whatever Tarn feels like adding. It's been a minute since you've done it. Well, thank you for doing it. Appreciate you. I'm not going to approve nor deny this parlay. I'm just going to let it sit. Maybe I can finish the railgun first. There's not even that many of them. What do you think you're going to do with that very large, vile, threatening force? Yeah, like if the world that you're playing on just happens to be a huge monster in that world's lore, or a creation myth, would also be pretty cool. Now, hopefully this don't overflow. You know, elves can't be necromancers because they're already immortal. So an immortal being can't become immortal. It would be really cool if elves built necromancer towers out of a giant tree. Although I've talked about this before. Something I would love them to add to Dwarf Fortress is I want Ettins. Ettins were a thing that was... Not Ettins. Ents were a thing that were talked about at one point and never made it in. And the entirety of as to why I want that to happen is I want the elves to show up and fucking summon trees to murder you. I just want that super badly, because I think that would be awesome. Are you doing it? Yay! Did they add boats yet? No. You know, if you have to add the word yet to the end of a question, just assume no. Pro tip when it comes to Dwarf Fortress. Basically, I want elves to be a bigger threat. Because you guys seem to love bullying elves so much. I want bullying elves to screw you over royally. Because most of the time, unless they get really lucky with their, like, animal familiars, they aren't really much of a threat. All right. So now this should have flow. Keyword here is should. Well, what I want is not combated agitated birds, or instead of agitated birds. What I want is if you are like the way I would do it, right? So this isn't gonna end up being in the game probably ever. The way I would do it and the way I would want it to be done is I would want it so that if the player angers the elves and the elves invade the player, then the elves would bring eventually the elves would bring big enough armies that they would join the map with a druid. Now the druid is the leader of elven society, so they basically bring like their equivalent of a king, right? However, I want that druid to then summon ents, similarly to how necromancers can theoretically, and often don't, summon nightmares. That's what I want. So they're like a summonable familiar, essentially, is what I would want. So they're not something that would just randomly appear. I want them to be something that, like, happen rarely and, like, you know, as kind of a, not necessarily an endgame fight, but, like, a very impactful fight, I guess. Cortazor, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Is it even flow? Probably not yet. It'll be flowing, or it'll be considered flowing once it's flowing off the map. When it hits here, it'll be considered flowing. And if it doesn't start flowing from that, then I have a way to force it to start flowing. I've done this many, 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 many times. These kinds of constructions. Codazor, thank you very much for helping me hit that minimum, by the way. With that Prime sub check, and I get a couple beers for that. But, like, I want... If Tarn ever added ents, I would want them to be like dragons, where they can destroy drawbridges and shit. I would want them to be, like, mean. You know? But then what would happen is players would plan for them and know that they were coming, and then when that time came and the ents finally invade, you're ready for them, and, you know, you burn them or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Like, Isengard is maybe my favorite part of that movie. And also a good chunk of my favorite part of that book. That I hadn't linked my Prime to Twitch yet. Thanks for the reminder. Well, there you go, Kodazor. You get the emotes and the ad-free viewing, and you help me hit my daily minimum. See? It's got flow. Tower logs. Tower logs. Tower logs. Tower logs. Tower logs. Now we just have to hope that it's flowing enough that it doesn't overflow. So I kind of gotta stare at this with a lot of suspicion. Gold. I got 102 gold bars. 1, 2, 3, 4, so 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Gold minecart. Rock mechanisms. I don't know how many I'm going to need, so I'm just going to queue up 80. Not a bad streak, Greg, and then some. Not a bad streak. Number do indeed go up. One number at a time. And thank you for helping said numbers go up one number at a time. Because that means you're watching. So appreciate that. I'll update you guys on the daily minimum in like an hour. All right. So now that I've done all this, these rollers all need to be going this way. I may just use nearest material. Needs chains. Cloth. Let's do yarn chains. 20. Let's just do 40. Yarn rope. 40. Do it. Do it good. So essentially what these are going to be is they're going to be alternating. Oh, I could do even more than this. Because what I could do is I could do drawbridge. Then I could do drawbridge. But then I'd have to figure out how to connect them all together. But the idea here basically is I'm going to have a stupid number of minecarts on these tracks. So I'll just need to deconstruct these and figure it out. And then when I lower one minecart, it fires 4 minecart. When I lower one drawbridge, it fires 4 minecarts. I could also automate these to be tripped by enemies. Yes. Currently, I'm not loading anything into them, though. I might start loading stuff into them, but I'm not positive if I'm actually going to load anything into them. I think loading enemy weapons might be funny. But yeah, essentially this is going to be a system to bring about pain and, you know, other things. This is a wee bit redundant, but automated speed bump paver, sure. Let's also just chuck another wheel down here, because I can. And then I can just fill these 2 in with wall pieces. So this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who needs gunpowder and cannons when you have minecarts? I will say this is going to be a pain to reload. That is a lot of random crud right there. 1, 2, 3. We'll just pull these when they are... Whoopsies. We'll wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. And 7. Then let's go here and go to mechanisms. Rollers. Those are up. Nobody's been crushed by it yet, so that's something. Then I also need to go down into here, and this is the actual slow, boring, tedious part of this. This is a different material, I'm going to get annoyed, so. For some people, their OCD is for, what's it called? Causes them to dislike lack of symmetry. Mine makes me dislike variations in color. Do I need to get rid of these? Guess I do. Well, not that last one. These 3 I do. God damn it. Okay, that won't work. Whatever. We'll just come back to these later. Although this one I can start working on. Are there auto lifts so that you could have it self-reload later? Well, I mean, I could build more rollers. There are ways I could make it self-reload. I'm not going to have that for this first run, though. Although it may, if I do make it automatically reload, it might end up causing unintended, it might have unintended outcomes. Like, baddies may make it into the fort easier if I do it that way. I'm abusing the game's physics to do this, by the way. So basically, in order to make this work, I'm having to build a system that tricks the carts into thinking that they're being propelled when they're not, which makes them go faster. Basically, it convinces these mine carts to act like orcs from 40K. We'll just do that for right now, because this is getting annoying to deal with. Now, you right here, you go away, because you're sticking out too far. Up on this side, we can start working. It's 11:15. Yeah, that's late in the day. If you got to go to bed, you got to go to bed. And as I always say, don't wreck your weekend on behalf of some idiot on the internet like myself. So take care of yourself. Do the resting thing. And ideally, I'll have a new bigger video on the main YouTube channel at some point in the next 2 weeks. I do have a lot of things I gotta get done in the next 2 weeks, including paying my taxes, which is gonna take a lot of mental energy because I got to prep my taxes, but I am going to do my damnedest to get another big video out sooner than later. Don't remind you of taxes. I'm sorry. My bad. Apparently we're learning some facts about aardvark training. Managed to catch an aardvark. Huh. Oh shit, don't actually do this one. It's funny, this actually isn't taking that much time. Like, for the dwarves to construct this. Like, this is a really quick thing for the dwarves to construct. It's just a really slow thing to designate. And also, for clarity, I could just use rollers. It just wouldn't be as effective. I'm actually just going to do the one side of this. So it'll be one less click. Unless I misclick, in which case then it'll be the same number of clicks. And then I'll just go up here and do this. Let them start working. Dude, the IRS lost your forms this year. That seems bad. I feel like they shouldn't do that. Having had to deal with the IRS once or twice, it's never been a pleasant experience. Thankfully, I don't have to deal with them frequently. It's pretty infrequent that I have to deal with them, but they're not the sort of crew that you really want to be messing with, you know? I'm just hoping that I can get this done before the goblins break this parlay that they've got with us. What do you think? Do you think I'm going to be able to get this done in time, chat? Uh-oh. Well, I won't be able to get it done before that. The Forgotten Beast Tachys has come, a great scaly louse. It has a curling trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison vapors. Where is it? Oh, well, it's really far away, but it will come to us. Tis a good name for a louse. But wondering if I can lock the dwarves. Let's just try and fight it. Let's try and fight it. Here goes the swords, dwarves. You're focused. Would you look at that? I mean, you have killed a goblin before, as well as several zombies. You're no stranger to this. Oh, there it is. It encounters them as they are lining up. The first dwarf here, Irel, the hammer dwarf, who's fighting with the creature, bashing it repeatedly, presumably. Bashes it, which bruises the muscle. Check, can I get... I was going to say, can I get a round of beers for good luck for these dwarves, but it appears that they've already won. So there's nothing really to round of beers for, because it's dead. Irel, the hammer dwarf, squished the bug. Well done there, dwarf. Well done. Beers for success. Yes, yes. A great celebration is called for. Why is there so much blood right here? Clean it up, dwarves. God damn it. Are kids still cleaning? I know I changed a lot of the labor, standing orders, chores. No. Let's give kids lever operation and cleaning. Then maybe they'll go clean these. Okay, so these are all powered all the way up to there. Let's queue up more of these now. Got enough for 9 more. 1, 2. I also can't wait for one of these to just go backwards. Because it's going to happen. One of these is going to be backwards. It always happens that way. Also, I forgot to deconstruct this, which kind of blows, but... thankfully isn't that hard to replace. Now, assuming no enemies ever get into this thing, I should only need to do this once. Because any enemy can destroy a minecart track. So assuming no enemies manage to get into these tracks, I'll only need to build this once. If they do manage to get into these tracks, well, may have to build it more than once. We do have a giant, well, it's a giant tortoise sanctuary more so than a turtle sanctuary, but yes, we do have a population of giant tortoises. We are learning how to domesticate them. We've had one brood, and the young ones are all domesticated, but I would like to sell them back to the mountain home because they have no practical purpose outside of eggs, and we've been eating their eggs for a bit now. But it's a slow process. Let's also unforbid that. You figured they'd be sure to give you lots of meat and shell? Yeah. Oh no, totally. I mean, they are absolutely a good little crop because they get quite large at full size. Although I haven't actually butchered any yet, so. All right, well, we're in an ad break. I'm just gonna schedule these until the ad break is done. This is one of those times where I'm a little bit tempted to turn on keyboard mode and make a macro. It's very rare that that happens, but right now is one of those times. I think I will just click through it and get there. We'll be okay. Trying to convince the mountain home to farm giant tortoises for meat is still less crazy than the guy who tried to infest the U.S. waterways with hippos. I love that. I just have to say, like, if you ever want to, like, realize, man, humans are stupid and they've always been stupid and will always be stupid, there's two, like, series of old, like, articles that you need to go read. One is that guy that tried to infest U.S. waterways with hippos so that they could farm hippos because they're bigger than cows. And the other one is, like, people doubting the safety of seatbelts. Those are, like, the two historic articles, sets of articles that you need to go look up. They're like any major newspaper in the world that has an archive left that's been around long enough. Just... Did someone say carpal tunnel? I've got proper ergonomics, so clicking isn't an issue. If anyone is going to develop carpal tunnel, it's me, and yeah, I started having some mild wrist issues, I want to say about 2 years ago. And I put a bunch of time and effort into correcting my ergonomics, and it hasn't been an issue since. The seatbelt thing still exists? Yeah, well... I mean... Not big on anime intros, but the seatbelts, they slap, so people should just remember that. Seatbelt slap. Lots of good horns, you know? I'm wondering if I'm even going to be able to do this. Yes, I am. That's one done. Huzzah! Ironically, if I sit around and draw for an hour, my wrists hurt more than if I stream for 15, so... Your grandpa always cut off the seatbelt and just put the metal thing in to stop it beeping. That's kind of terrifying, actually. Did he ever get fined for it, or was it like something that he got away with? That's wild, actually. Yeah, very grandpa, yeah. One of my favorite quotes I've ever heard about like car safety is my old neighbor who said that he stopped drinking and driving after his 16th DUI, but thankfully none of them stuck because his lawyer was very good. And yes, I said 16th. Neither any children. Yeah, we do have kids. Which one would you want? You look like you... oh, he's already named... This guy has a beard, I think. Nope, that's just big hood. Actually, was that a beard? Yeah, you have a beard. You're kind of stressed, though. It's wearing old gloves and doesn't like it very much. Oh, just out in the countryside? All right, yeah, I guess you can get away with that in the countryside. Yeah, this is the chat that's more active, yeah. I do look at the YouTube chat. I just often don't end up reading it. Neither is ruled by irresistible cravings and urges and is very ambitious, always looking for a way to better his situation, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He doesn't handle stress well and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore and is going to go attend a meeting. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally truly values merrymaking and parties, sees power over others as something to strive for. Dreams of mastering a skill. And likes garnerite as well as tin and sardonyx in the color lime, earrings and giant minks for their long body, rye beer and one-humped camel's milk, and absolutely hates slugs. Word. I also dislike slugs. His hair is wavy. He's got very little chin beard. He's in the denomination of inks. Oh, shit. That's a denomination I haven't seen before. Well, welcome to the fortress. Speaking of, I was going to do something and then kind of spaced out on it, which is this is just going to become this, because a lot of dwarves can't currently pray, and they need to. Is this overflowing? No, it is not. Excellent. You're going to lurk? You got to work tonight? Nap time? Do what you got to do, dude. I'll try and do my best to keep your dwarf alive. Speaking of things that make me sad, flat earthers, because YouTube chat mentioned them, do actually make me sad. The reason flat earthers make me sad is because they're often quite smart people. And, like, you can kind of tell when somebody is smart, but just, like, super poorly informed. That's often what they end up being. That or they're just crazy. Although watching them kind of consume each other is pretty amusing. Who is Daddy and Mama? Yeah, can't tell you. Olan, who's my militia commander, and your dad is the butcher, who looks kind of terrifying. You know, I don't blame you for being stressed. If my dad looked like that, walked around with a freaky mask on and was also a butcher, and Mom was head of the military, I would also be stressed. You're stressed out because you saw a goblin die as a young child, probably while being carried by your mom. But hey, it made you more prone to stress, and it helped you value power. Your uncle was a conspiracy theorist. What is it with uncles being conspiracy theorists? My uncle on my dad's side, my dad's brother, very much falls into a lot of those tendencies. I'm just going to slaughter all my adult sheep that aren't named. Or a bunch of the adult sheep. All right. I'm just going to start queuing these up. That's the steps for these. I'm just going to number these. 1, 2, 3. Maybe I'll name them something fancier later down the line, but for right now, no. One, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did I miss one? Shit. To wait for them to bring them over. Let's also go back down here. What are my miners up to? Literally nothing. Deconstruct those. Sheesh. You know, actually, speaking of things to deconstruct, I'm also just going to go in here and deconstruct these ramps. I'm going to construct them out of a different material so that I can use these materials. Am I outside of a burrow? No. Oh, I see. They're stuck. It's like, why you guys hanging over here? Why you know the job I need? Well, stuck is reason. Also makes sense why I ran out of blocks. Go figure. Should be able to get back in now. You dummies. Oh. Too smart for me, apparently. All right, let's solve that problem. In mud flooding conspiracies? As somebody who's seen a mudslide, I need you to define exactly what a mud flood is. Because mud do flood, and it's terrifying, but I presume it's not simply a mudslide. The problem with conspiracy theories ending up true is then the crazier people think that they're onto something, though. I am a boss. It's supposed to be way more mud than is this like giant trees conspiracy theories where they're just like trees aren't real, they're actually like government plants and real trees turned into mountains a million years ago? Also, by the way, there's an ice wall at the edge of the world stopping the magical creatures from getting in. Like one of those conspiracy theories that's actually just like based on some fantasy writer from the 70s releasing stuff into a magazine. I think that this character prefers to be identified as Big Mudfoot. I'll have you know. Is just big, small, trying to sell more less. Ow, my brain. Okay, got it. Chat, we're almost there. We're almost there. So when the next time somebody asks me, do you ever use impulse ramps? You know what I'm going to tell them? I don't mind using impulse ramps. They just take too fucking long to set up. Too much trial and error. And then when you finally do get them set up, you then have to do this. And I realize that the way a lot of people use these is just to make grinders, but like I don't need to make a goblin blender that way. There's a video that went viral at some point during the pandemic of a chicken flying through downtown Vancouver, and the comments section was hysterical. Just because there was a lot of people simultaneously learning that, oh, chickens' wings are clipped. And some types of chickens can fly. It was very, very funny. At least I found it very funny. All right, that's that side done. I just gotta go up to here and deconstruct all these. One more. Chat, we're almost there. Next time I do this, I'm just gonna use our big old hill. Does this get them going faster? Yes. Do I care? Not really. This was actually faster in the ASCII days. It's funny, everybody complains about stairs not being able to place individual track pieces. You used to have to place individual track pieces for minecarts, so you just go place a whole bunch of curve pieces on a ramp. So building this style was actually faster in a lot of cases because you just preset up the right corner at the right angle and then just like repeatedly place them by just spamming the keyboard. So back in the day, this was actually the faster way to propel minecarts, whereas like now, yeah, it's still more effective and doesn't use power, but the number of clicks you have to go through is significantly higher. But technically it's a bug, so I guess because it's a bug, people don't complain about it as much. Because I am literally breaking the game's physics by doing this. Basically what these are going to do, for those of you who don't actually know, I guess I should explain it. They cause the minecarts to think they're accelerating when they're not. So it just causes them to jump to full speed immediately and then basically just fly at Mach 10 down the map. So this was early enough in the pandemic that AI video wasn't a thing. Archmatix. In regards to the chicken thing, that was far enough back that was a non-issue. You know, I have to say this about conspiracy theories. I've worked in management before. I love that people genuinely think and genuinely believe that humans are organized enough, secretive enough, and good enough at keeping secrets that a lot of those conspiracy theories are even possible. That's genuinely what amuses me, because, like, there are so many conspiracy theories where it's like, okay, sure, that could be possible, but, like, that would be under the assumption that humans are actually good at keeping secrets. And I, for the most part, don't think humans are good enough at keeping secrets to actually genuinely pull off a conspiracy to the magnitude that a lot of people think that they are, constantly being used and abused. Okay, so I missed this one. I can't remember where I put those last two, so I will wait. Yeah, that too. Also, a lot of things are like, yeah, that's how things work. Why is this a problem? You were a teacher for a very long time. You had a 13-year-old student turn in a very detailed project explaining the depth of how ancient Egyptians used pyramids to generate electricity, and it was based on a documentary they watched on YouTube. I was going to say, did they watch Ancient Aliens? But, yeah, I mean, I believe it. I will say, I do love that nonsense as fantasy, if that makes any sense. Like, that shit's fun. Ancient Aliens and that sort of thing. But I treat it for what it is, which is nonsense. All right, so got that one. We got another one coming in for right here. The other thing I got to do is I got to dig through the bottom here. I don't know actually if dropping this down is the right call. This might be a very wrong call, but I'm doing it anyway. Now the question is, how do I build the entryway? So I'm kind of tempted to do this. Because I've started doing these, and I like the way they look. I like me big spiral doors. So this right here is going to go around this way, because this is going to be an entryway through the caverns. So the enemy siege is going to have to enter through the caverns to get into here. Actually, why don't we just wait until they dig up to here? You know, I'm gonna cautiously step back from this conversation now. You know, it's funny. Like I'm never concerned about like what chat wants to talk about. If you guys want to talk about something, go nuts. Yes, Folding Ideas not only has a good video on Flat Earth, as YouTube chat has just noted. Folding Ideas also is a fellow Dwarf Fortresser. If you didn't know, plays Dwarf Fort. What I'll say about this conversation is I'm not sponsored by them, but just use Ground News, you twits. That's all I'll say. Just use Ground News. It's useful. It's useful. It's worth a couple bucks a year. The Forgotten Beast, Eslim, has come. A great eyeless osprey. It has a twisting jointed trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Its sepia feathers are fluffed out. Beware its poison vapors. Well, most of the dwarves are going to be underground. I'll see where it comes from. From Simpsons memes. Okay. Oh. I thought I finished this. Well, I guess I didn't. Dwarves were able to take it out pretty quick. We did lose a singular dwarf, though. Which is always a shame, but... Beastie here is now dead. Went down quite quickly. See if I can butcher you, Beastie. I should be able to. Maybe not. Oh well. All right, well, I gotta keep working on this. Gotta keep working on this. That's all 20 minecarts. Let's go up to here. Let's make another 20. And then I'm gonna go up to here and go across the top of this wall so I don't make that mistake again. Okay. Have I seen Mini Minuteman? Yes. Yes, I do subscribe to Mini Minuteman. You know, I miss the days when YouTube had public subscriptions so you could go in and judge people for who they watched on YouTube. Because then you could just go look. And then also be like, Blind, why do you watch every single... Like, do you guys remember when, like, YouTube history was public and you could see what videos people were watching? Because back in those days, like, people would just go, like, okay, so who does this famous person follow? You guys could make fun of me for watching every single girl with the dogs video. It's like I have no interest in owning dogs yet. Here I am. Can't remember why I was building this chunk right there. Oh, Jesus Christ. Another forgotten beast named Sanang has arrived. This one's an enormous three-eyed stick insect. It has a fat, bulging trunk, which is probably thicker than the rest of its body, and it undulates rhythmically. Well, that's hysterical. Beware its poison sting. Where it? Wow. Would you look at that? Time to kill that one, too. Can be enjoyed without the desire to have pets. Yeah, word. Excellent. I thought you were cleaning. What are you doing? We are out of booze again. It is like impressive how quickly I'm running out of booze. Kitchen. Oh, we're not cooking plump helmets. Apparently I have 678 plump helmets. Oh, I don't have a storage container. All right. Let's make copper pots. Let's make copper pots and rock pots. The rock pots are going to be made from rock salt, and I'm going to make 50 of each. 75 of each. 50 copper, 75 rock. Also should go smelt some more tetrahedrite. Oh, out of tetrahedrite. Well, that's fine. We'll get through that copper and then make more. Okay, let's keep at it. You know, I'm a bus. I'm going to be completely direct with you. I don't think you are saying opinions that are going to be popular in this chat room. What's the white flooring? This is tower cap. Yeah, it's I really like the way the cavern log floors end up looking most of the time. I think they look great. So I'm just gonna say I am Amabus. You may want to zip it. Or you won't be speaking too much longer in this chat room, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on your perspective. Needs 1 copper bars. Oh, I'm just out of copper. Pfft. Go figure. I know there's a ton of tetrahedrite in places. I just need to go find it again. That's at the edge of the map, isn't it? Nah. You are cringe, and you're also gonna not be permitted in my chat anymore. I'm not here to re-educate people. I gave him a warning. Yeah. It is fine. But he doesn't even know what that word means. It's fine. You can't fix stupid. It's unfortunate, but it's true. All right. Sorry that you had to witness that, chat room. I was just slowly watching that conversation develop and just like, Raw hematite block floors look really good as well. Yeah, no, a lot of different ores make for great floor tile colors. This is true. Hope the palace is going well. It's going well for me. Not so well for the inhabitants of said palace, but... All right. I'm just trying to build these railguns as quickly as possible. As quickly as possible. What the heck is the palace situation? So palace is a above ground structure that is kind of like a thing that you're supposed to find in adventure mode, which I use DF hack to settle on. And it has a bunch of items in it. Down at the bottom here is the few remaining living things in here, although it looks like one of them went nuts and killed himself. These ones seem to just be slowly going insane. But this elemental stone spear is a artifact that I'm trying to acquire at some point. I don't know who killed who in here, but somebody killed somebody in here. Looks like you went nuts at some point and killed this person. Well, that sucks for them. I should really just go in there and clear up the last of them. We've almost finished taking over the palace, basically. Correct. Arch does, in fact, know the definition of that word. I usually presume that they're just poorly educated, and I usually just kind of feel bad. Like, if you... Well, educated's the wrong word. Poorly traveled. I usually find that when people go around using terms like that for no logical reason, especially when they're speaking the way that person was speaking, usually the cause for that kind of behavior, in my experience, which, you know, doesn't go for everything, tends to be lack of, like, genuine human experience. And sorry, America, but I'm going to call you out here on something. You're a really fucking big country with lots of space in between it, and it's hard to travel between states in a lot of cases, or it's very expensive, prohibitively so. So a lot of people don't travel around a lot and don't meet a lot of people and just parrot what they see on TV, or now these days on the internet. So usually in my experience, they're what Arch is saying, or they're just really sad. And, you know, to use another kid's term that I don't like, coping with hate. And it sucks. I hate it, but, you know, it is what it is. Such is life. It's the world we live in. Thankfully, I'll only need to do this once. Because, like, one of the best ways to educate somebody on how to behave around other people and how other people act and other people's needs and desires is just, you know, education and going places that aren't where you grew up. Having experienced a lot of prejudice in my life, I absolutely believe in racism. Not quite the same level of experience, but it's like a small taste. All right, let's crank some more of these in here. But anyway, it's a crappy conversation. Sorry that had to happen, chat. I kind of figured it would just remain amusing, but such is life. Or like a train network that's affordable, let alone high speed. High speed would be great, don't get me wrong. But like an affordable train network. Yeah, but I let the discussion go on for too long, RXN. Lived in 3 states and traveled to maybe a dozen. I've been to Mexico as a young adult, and on a few vacations. You haven't traveled when you're working. You're working class. I haven't traveled on working class poor, and what I know, I had a bar/gambling trick. I'd visit Mexico about once a month, and when I lived on the border, and people there were your friends and genuinely good people. Your experience, meet people to discover they're not too different. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I think, well, maybe I don't know. Should I give Europe too much credit? I was gonna say it's one of the reasons that Europe dodges some of these problems, because it's so easy to get to a completely different country. Not all of them, just a lot of them, okay? I'm wrong, Lamau. Sag. I never said Europe was perfect. I'm not going to say that Europe is perfect. Just like Canada ain't perfect. But if you call me American, I might slap you. Especially even more so these days. I'm amazed that they've let me make it this far with this construction. Still very far from finishing it, though. Sorry, that just looks really funny to me. Some of Europe operates on advanced racism that the Canadian mind can't comprehend. Man, can I go one day without being knocked for being Canadian? Back in the day, it was just people going on about how my country's on the moon, and now it's just like, my mind cannot comprehend it. Come on. I'll have you know,